You're doing well. Yes, you know they are upset. I'm sure they're going to be coming through tonight to discuss Corey for sure. So we're talking about breaking news. President Biden pardons his son Hunter. TJ says good. PJ says haha repubs. Mad as hell. I'm sure they are. Julie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. DJ, how are you? How are you? Amish says good for Joe. All right. Jay, thank you, Julie, for sharing the live. Appreciate that. So first initial reactions are that folks are happy that Joe Biden did this. Critical, how you been? Hope you're doing well. All right. On all the charges, Brandon, that is correct. On all the charges, he was facing pew charges and potential jail time and sentencing hearings later this month. And so those, it sounds like most likely, will be canceled. Lady E says, I love Joe. Golden Height says, I would do it for my son. Mama Hill, it's about time. Good, Mr. President Biden. All right, Julie says, this is crazy. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate it. Much love. Thank you so much. Again, so quick live. If you want to come up, feel free. Go live for about an hour. Again, I want some reactions. What do you guys think? Joe Biden pardoning his son, Hunter. Stacy says Trump does it for everyone. Robert says CRK smoking. Callie, how are you, fam? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. All right, let's see who we got. We got somebody who wants to come up. Thank you for coming. Gail, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you? What's your thoughts on Joe Biden pardoning his son tonight?
I'm happy about it, and I'm gonna tell you, he needs to start giving a little bit more uppercuts in these next month and a half. He needs to do a little bit more uppercutting.
Okay.
You know, he need to stop, caring about what people think. He's about to retire. He needs to show an example of what real leadership is, and he needs to stick his, I don't know how many foot he got. He needs to stick it up all of their behinds real quick, real fast.
All right.
I would like to say this too, because I keep hearing a lot of people trying to, paint the Democrats as the problem. We ain't the problem. We're going to sit back and watch all you Republicans that supported this man and all the people that sat back and watched and didn't even vote this time. I want to sit back and watch. We are going to sit back and watch. You guys F around and find out when you guys have to start struggling way worse than you already are.
Okay.
Democrats always be the ones to clean up the mess. Remember that.
All right, Tori. Thank you for that. We're going to bounce up to Julie. Julie, your thoughts on President Biden pardoning his son Hunter? What do you think?
I think that it's a smart move for his family because, I don't know, all the talk about it's a smart move to do that, but it's just kind of weird because he could have, done what Jill Stein said she was going to do and use the executive orders to stop sending, weapons of mass destruction and chop to is not real and all that jazz. But it's just it just shows you exactly what the Democrats are. It sucks because the Republicans say the bad things, they do the bad things, and the Democrats come in and they say the good things, and then they only look out for themselves. And this is a clear sign that he is only looking out for his family. He didn't do anything to help Gaza.
Can I say something to you real quick, Julie? And I don't mean to interrupt you, but
I didn't speak when you were speaking.
I know, but I just want to comment to what you just said because I would like to just say one thing to you. If Biden would have stopped sending any type of weapons, Congress would have tried to impeach him, right? Really? Do you understand that he attempted to try to halt some weapons, and they were already talking about impeaching him?
He didn't halt anything. It was a mistake in the shipment. If you had been paying attention to what was actually going on, you would have known that, but that's okay.
Congress is going to try to...
So real quick, let Julie get the rest of her statement. I got you, Tori. I know we can
I know. I'm
discuss
just
it.
trying to let her know. I know she's trying to say that, but at the same time, we know how Congress is, and we know that Congress will try to impeach the president for stop trying to send aid. They're not even the ones that are. I mean, the president does not send aid. It's Congress that sends the aid. Congress is our purse. Congress is the ones that decide that. And if the president tries to stop it, they're going to try to impeach him. That is it.
Got you. No, I hear you, Tori. All right. Let me let Julie get the rest of her thought out, and then go ahead, Julie, and then we'll go to Rex. Go ahead.
You guys hear that. I hear you guys say that. And for the last over year, I have been watching Biden push extra weapons to Israel this whole time and aid and abet in a G-side. I've watched him do this over and over again. I've watched him show his staunch, and I'm going to tell you that the Republicans are just the same, if not worse. That's not the problem. The problem is that the Democrats come in and we have a ratchet effect where we keep going further and further and further to the right because of all the money and power in our politics, where people take over our government by paying them to do whatever. We don't even have like a proper, capitalism doesn't work without heavy regulations. We saw that in the 1920s when the stock market crashed and people started, unallowed whole picture. Doing something as dangerous as a G side, you're not going to get the votes on that Democratic side when they were the ones aiding and abetting it through it, and they didn't even hold a primary for the VP pick. They just shoved one through. We had two other people running.
So
Democrat. Can I respond?
Real quick, give me 1 second, Tori. To be fair, So I hear you. I just don't want to get too far off topic, but I'll come back to you. Let me let Rax jump in. To be fair, let me just let Rax get her initial thoughts, and we'll go to TikTok user and then Robert. I just want to kind of get initial reactions real quick. So Rax, what's your thoughts, fam, on Hunter Biden being pardoned by Joe Biden? I saw some folks in the comments say, hey, you know what? Biden said he was going to not do this, even if Trump won. Obviously, he's made the decision to pardon his son. How do you feel?
Hey fam, hey everybody. I really don't have many things where I'm genuinely split in the middle on. Normally I am able to kind of lean one side, but I'm genuinely split in the middle on this because both sides of this argument are very good. On one hand, right, Joe Biden is leaving office. He doesn't really have anything left to lose. So him going back on his word is not really going to affect something like a future election, right? After January, he's done with politics like forever, pretty much. This is his last time being a politician. And I do understand him wanting to protect his son. And then they did weaponize it, because he was Joe Biden's son. That is true. But on the other hand, the Democrats, they really are effing themselves over with this. It's going to backfire, okay? Because if their whole thing of going after Trump is they were convincing the American people we are not weaponizing the system, and Donald Trump, he's getting a fair and free trial, and he's being convicted of these crimes because he truly convicted it, and not because his name is Donald Trump, then how can you go and pardon somebody just because he's your son? So I think you're going to run into an issue where now this is an acceptable precedent. And if Donald Trump wants to get into office and wants to pardon all of those J6 prisoners or anybody who he wants and appoint them wherever, then the Democrats cannot say nothing. You feel me, Smitty? They have no room to talk because Joe Biden just set the precedent of if you're unhappy with the conviction and you have the power as the president, then you can pardon that person. I think that if the Democrats were truly about nobody being above the law, which is what they were drilling down to us this whole election, nobody's above the law, not even Donald Trump, okay? Then how, just because you lost an election, are you going to say, actually, some people are above the law, and they include the sons of presidents and presidents as well, right? Because Donald Trump was not elected even for, hence him being a convicted felon. So this is a dangerous precedent to set because Donald Trump, he hangs around with some dangerous people, okay? Who's to say he doesn't try to pardon Bannon or Giuliani or anybody? I think Joe Biden should have left this alone because now it sets the precedent that these pardons can be used for political purposes and not just because that person, was wrongfully convicted. I think that right now it seems like, a morally good thing to do as a dad, but this is going to have some dangerous implications for Donald Trump and we're about to see it.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
Can I
Rex.
say something though? Because what you just said,
Real quick, Tori. Yeah, like 30 seconds. Go ahead, real quick,
yeah,
and then I want to go
what
to
you just
TikTok.
said, I mean, okay, I get your point and your premise, but at the same time, he pardoned Bannon, and he still got in trouble and went to prison. I mean, like, he's been pardoning unnecessary people anyway. Trump already set the precedent of not giving a damn on who he pardons the last term he was in. And let's be clear, I wanted to say something to Julie real quick. When you said something about what's going on over in Israel, I understand that you guys feel some type of way about Palestinians, but let's be clear. Why weren't y'all upset at when Trump moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, cutting off Palestinian aid? That nobody was complaining then, and we're still not hearing about that now. We're hearing about what Biden is doing. What about what Trump was doing when he was in office?
So real quick, so Julie, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond to that, and then I do want to let TikTok user and Robert jump in. And then real quick, Julie, before you respond, I just want to see where the chat is. Put a 1 in the comments if you're generally supportive of this move by President Biden. Put a 2 if you're generally not supportive. I want to see where the chat is. Go ahead, Julie, 30 seconds, and then we'll go to TikTok user.
Yeah, no, just real quick. The first thing is I think a lot of people didn't even know about what was going on in Israel, in Gaza before. I mean, I didn't until I started seeing it on this app. They hide it from us really well. Anyway, and I complained about Trump the entire time. I thought the only thing he did positively was make people really pay attention to the crud that our government's doing more than they were before. And I don't like Trump at all. Didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Jill Stein. I knew that the Democrats were going to lose, and it just sucks that we don't have real representation in office. And I think it has to do with our government not only being bought out, but being influenced and infiltrated by outside sources that we've seen through this last year. And it's actually kind of scary on in front of everybody.
Okay. All right. Hey, and folks who are coming in and giving some love, I see you. Thank y'all so much, JBS. I saw you, Heidi. I saw you. Everybody else coming in. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let me go to TikTok user 6. Your thoughts on this pardoning move by President Biden? What do you think?
Hey, Smitty. Pretty much Rax pretty much said it all. You know, she kind of laid out why the optics look bad. You know, overall, it speaks to, hypocrisy. And, if nothing else, I think Democrats can hold the line, like they usually do. But this is also going to be fuel for, the Republican side. They're going to see this as, fuel to, point out how hypocrisy just, in the Democratic Party, and just use this to hammer it away. So from a father standpoint, no one wants to see their kid go to jail, but, it's a win-lose situation. It's like your son avoids jail time, but then also you have you gave fuel to the other side. So
and had no business on the board of Bariza. Hunter Biden's a crackhead. He has no energy experience whatsoever, and actually the Hunter Biden family is corrupt as hell. Hunter Biden got with Bo's widow. He is disgusting, and the whole Biden family is disgusting.
So is Jeff Kushner. How many millions of dollars he just got from the Saudis? Like, if you want to call a spade a spade.
I mean, I personally think like we can, let me just say one thing.
Go ahead, Rax. I got my whole family laughing. My whole family listens to this live. Go ahead.
Because it's kind of crazy, y'all. Like, let's be for real. If we start probing into the personal lives and decisions that politicians make, none of them are good. They're all corrupt. To get to that point in Washington, you got to cheat or have a kid somewhere nobody knows about, or have you know what I'm saying? They all got skeletons in the closet. But I feel like what we really have to understand is, as long as we can acknowledge as Americans that both of these sides are corrupt, and the Democrats can no longer pull the wool over our eyes saying like, no, we are the party of law and order. No, we are the party that's gonna uphold the law. Excuse me, let me finish, please. We are the party that's gonna do this. It's the MAGA people who are to be blamed for voting in a felon. But then you're gonna turn around and pardon a convicted felon. So
Damn
it's like,
right.
if weaponization is bad when it's for Donald Trump, but weaponization is good because then it gives Joe Biden the power to pardon his son. If it was really about law and order, Joe Biden would have allowed his son to be convicted and sent to jail if what he did was a crime, period.
No. So
Biden's a
Trump can
crackhead.
hold that over his head and talk about, I pardon your son, I pardon your son. Hell no. Biden did the right thing by pardoning his son. Period.
Let me so go.
That have this
Crackhead is
other
good.
man that
Let
has
crackhead go.
vendettas towards
Yeah.
other people. Sorry.
Give me a second, Tori. Let me let Robert respond because I know you addressed this comment. Go ahead, Robert. You can respond. Go ahead.
Because Hunter Biden's a crackhead, has no business on the board of Burisma, which is an oligarch freaking board
Mama's a
of
crackhead.
energy.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Let's not go personal. Let's not go personal.
No, your daddy.
You crashing out over Hunter Biden. He don't even know you, Tori. He
Because
don't
he just
even
got
know
pardoned,
you.
dumbass. He just got
Okay,
fucking
then
pardoned.
Robert, I gotta let you
Okay,
go,
get
brother,
pardoned.
because
He got the right
it's gonna
to call
flag the live.
somebody
It's gonna flag the
a
live. Had to let Robert go, y'all. See, again, please stay off of personal attacks. Y'all know what that's gonna do to the live, y'all. Okay,
Yeah,
We
that's
have to let
crazy. Why
Robert
would
go.
you talk about his
Okay,
mom? Like, what's wrong with you?
I think
Biden's son.
Rax
Hunter
has
Biden, he
a
does not
point
know
though.
you.
It
You
Yeah,
are
he doesn't-
crashing
he
out
doesn't-
talking
he
about
doesn't
a
know.
man's
It don't
mom
matter.
over a politician.
It don't matter.
For real?
It don't.
These people don't know you, Tori.
Am I gonna sit here and talk about Trump's son? No. But since you
I mean,
want
you
to
can if you want to.
I could talk a lot of stuff about his kids.
I mean, you can if you want to.
Why are you talking to average Americans about their moms?
How about the fact that Trump buried his ex-wife on his golf course because he didn't want to pay the damn taxes for it? How about that?
Why are you that invested in the
Because
personal
I
life of
don't
politicians
get-
anyways?
wait.
Okay,
Y'all
Tori.
be having weird
Tori, do you have
parasocial
I'm
relationships
hearing
with
some stuff.
politicians who do not know
Tori, do you
you.
have this much? Do you have this much smoke for your own family? This is really weird. You know, like I
You know
feel like
what?
you're
I do,
protecting.
and I
Why
damn
do you
well
know
do.
this?
And I'm not going to sit here and allow somebody to sit here and bash somebody when we done had to deal with Trump's shenanigans for the past, I don't know
They
how
don't
many
know
damn
you,
years.
Yeah,
Tori.
but
I don't know you.
bashing is
What does it
bashing is
matter?
a free.
You're
Yeah, no,
out
but
here
bashing is-
crashing out over a politician who does not know
I
you.
spoke pure facts.
Exactly.
This is
Rax
crazy.
right.
Like you're
Tori, do you have
crashing
this
out
much-
over Hunter Biden.
How?
Yeah.
Look, I'm
This
not.
is the
I'm
hill that
speaking
you wanna
facts.
die
You're
on.
mad because
Yeah,
I'm speaking
As a
Tori,
black
facts.
woman.
Tori, do you
No,
have
You're
this smoke?
crashing out
Black
over
got anything to do with
a
a
drug
damn thing.
addicted elderly white man. This is what you want to
So,
do?
he's an elderly white man that represented us, and guess what? Trump's going to
An
sit here and
elderly white man
benefit
represented
off
you?
of 2 years of Biden's hard work, including Kamala tie votes, 32
And how did
tie
that
votes
work
that
out?
he-
Hold on, y'all.
How did that work out?
Let me hold on.
Did they get elected?
Tie votes.
Rex, I got
Kamala
you, fam.
did.
Hold on. Let
In
me
the
take
Senate.
back control. Hold on. I just had to just kind of recompose. Let's let Tori finish, and then let me bounce up to Taishi. Go ahead, Tori. You finish your thought. and then we'll go.
I'm saying the fact is, I'm speaking facts. The fact is, for the next 2 years, Biden's accomplishments, Trump is going to benefit off of. He's going to be on his damn golf course while he's sitting here reaping the benefits off of Biden's hard work. That's how it works. The first 2 years of the presidency is the prior administration's work.
All right, Tori got my family vibing with that comment. Let me go to Taishi, fam. Hope you're doing well. What are your
Hi there.
thoughts from the UK on this? What do you think?
Yeah, obviously, I tend to stay away from the American centric lives because I don't feel that it's really my place. You know, but hearing this, I have to. And listen, I do work in the realms of anti-bribery and corruption. I have to say to you that you're making this about Democrats versus Republican. It's really nothing to do with that. The question is President Biden pardon his son? That is unethical behavior. It's a conflict of interest. And whether it's allowed in the American, Constitution or whatever it is, it's not correct to do that. Whether you like Biden, whether you like the Democrats, has nothing to do with it. If you go around pardoning your own family, your behavior is questionable. End of story.
All right. Thank you, Taishi. Let me go to person up there.
The
Taishi, I'm sorry.
conflict of interest. Let me say something. The
Yeah, real
conflict
quick. Go
of
ahead, Tori. 30
interest-
seconds, then I want to bounce
The
up to the
conflict
person.
of interest was when Elon Musk brought his ass into politics and then turned around was involved with our election. That was conflict of interest.
Two wrongs don't make a right, Tory.
I
hate
don't
to
give a
break it to
damn.
you.
Yeah.
Don't
And by
care.
the way,
Tori, I
like I said in the
Tori-
I'm
comments,
here, sorry.
I
think Tori's taking
All right.
up for
So real quick.
just to say quickly, like I said in the comments, the
Go ahead, Taishi.
anti-bribery and corruption laws that we now have in the West have originated from America, but you wouldn't know it.
All right, let me do this, y'all. Let me let.
His son, and
Go
that's
ahead,
that.
Tori, real quick, 30 seconds. I want to bounce up to Eucalyptus next. Go ahead, Tori.
But he pardoned his son. That's that. But I'm just saying, at the same token, we have already dealt with this man violating the Logan Act multiple times, and has not got in trouble for it. All these cases that just got dismissed on Trump, and y'all sitting here worried about him pardoning his son. I don't want to hear the shit, really. Okay, this man just got away with all types of criminal activity, including going to the Capitol, having his friends and his minions go to the Capitol and write feces all over our damn Capitol. I don't want to hear anything about why he pardoned his son.
Tori, you know what's worse? Tori, you know what's worse than an overt corrupt person? You know what's worse? You know what's worse than an overt corrupt person? Someone who is a covert corrupt person, and that's what Biden appears to be. So, yeah.
Biden ain't corrupt.
Well,
if you're going to say that, has he any cases pending today?
I gotta think
Does Biden have any cases pending today that
Okay, hold on, y'all, real quick.
Tori,
Hold on,
like more Biden or?
No, go ahead, TikTok. Go ahead, let's let TikTok. You go ahead, get your full comment. I want to go to Eucalyptus after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you take it up. You take it up for Biden more than Obama, and most of the people on this panel
I didn't even
support
mention
Biden.
Obama,
You're
but
just
if you want to go
like
there, we can go
attacking
there.
left
I
and
didn't
right.
mention Obama. You just did.
I feel like you like Biden more. Like
I'm gonna say
really,
this man Trump just got.
Yeah, but why are you so stuck on Biden?
How many cases that just got dropped because he's the president elect? And you're worried about Biden.
Okay, but Tori, pretty much everybody on this panel supports you.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Listen.
Yeah, Tori, really quick.
Hold on, y'all. Let me go to Eucalyptus. Y'all killing me in the comments. Let me go to Eucalyptus. Let me let Eucalyptus get his opening comment out, and then we'll recycle. All right. Go ahead, Eucalyptus. How are you, man?
Not bad. Thank you, SoCal Smith. I was actually out shopping with my wife when I got the news of this. I'm so glad you're doing a panel on it.
Absolutely,
this is my field. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a freelance paralegal. I specialize in criminal defense. I have an extensive experience in this field, about 15 years. And I've worked with people directly to get commutations, pardons, and clemencies. This act from Biden is one of the most disgusting acts of not just his career, right, but his life. This man single-handedly, I'd like to speak now without getting interrupted too. I'll do this in less than a minute. This man single-handedly drove up the epidemic, the mass incarceration epidemic. This man was responsible for penning the Prison Litigation Reform Act. He was responsible for the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984, the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1988, the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994. What's the most despicable thing is he didn't take his time to right his wrongs in these last 4 years. If he had done something with his term, I would never criticize him for pardoning his son. But for the simple fact that there's men behind bars doing life for less than what Hunter Biden has done, this is absolutely disgusting. In his term,
the irony is,
please don't interrupt.
Let's let Eucalyptus get his full thought in.
I am a paralegal. You just sat there and lied.
I didn't interrupt you.
I got you.
I didn't interrupt you.
I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, hold on, Tori. I got you, fam. I promise you, I'm gonna come right back to you. Go ahead, Eucalyptus, and then I'm actually tailor some of what he's saying into a question for you, Tori. I got you. Go ahead, Eucalyptus.
So Mr. Obama, he pardoned 212 individuals. He did 1,715 commutations. Trump did 237 individuals, compromising of 144 pardons, 94 commutations. Biden, now we have 25 individuals in 4 years, and 25 pardons and 131 commutations. If anybody doesn't know the difference between these three, a pardon basically cleans your record. A clemency and a commutation, it reduces your sentence. It either ends it immediately or reduces it totally. So long story short, the fact that this man, not just in the 8 years as a vice president under Obama, did nothing to right his wrongs. He did nothing to right his wrongs in 4 years of presidency. But he goes off and does some disgusting shit like this and pardons his son.
Real quick. All right, thank you, Eucalyptus. Let me just jump in real quick. So, Tori, what do you think about Eucalyptus' main point that, you know what, some of the stuff that Biden has been for, let's just use the 94 crime bill, for example. And you've got
The 94 crime bill, Biden didn't even write. That was Jeff. I'm sorry, I don't want to say his name wrong, but he didn't even write that bill. The only part that was in that bill that he wrote was the Violence Against Women's Act. So why do people keep using that against Biden? I don't know why.
So maybe
It's because he co-sponsored it. It's a good question. It's because he co-sponsored it. That's why.
Because he was trying to defend women. What the hell you got to do? Look, you know for a fact that we have to give some to get some to pass a bill. Am I correct? The Republican Party put some stuff in there. The Democrats put some stuff in there.
But Tori,
you're blaming Biden for something that a lot of that stuff was Republicans that put in that bill.
So real quick. But let's and by the way, again, I see folks giving love in the comments. Thank you. Good to see all of y'all coming in. If I don't get to you, just know I see your comments. I appreciate you. But to the broader point, Tori, of just there have been some folks that have been overly sentenced to longer.
I understand
whatever it may be. And
it's really outrageous how they keep blaming Biden for it when a lot of the stuff that was created was by Republicans.
Can I add something?
Okay.
Can I add something,
Go
Smitty?
ahead,
Because
go
I
ahead.
actually just looked into what the pardon was, and at first I thought it was just Hunter's most recent stuff that was going on from like 2020 to 2019 to 2024. It actually dates back to January 1st of 2014, which leads me to believe that like a lot of the things that the Republicans were saying about him illegally, like taking money from Ukraine, being on this board and things like that, it might be included. And so my issue is this. Politicians are not without fail. They're not without criticism, and they're not without reprehension. We, as the American people, don't need to just give politicians a get out of jail free card because they represent the party that we vote alongside with. We need to be able to be independent and critical thinkers, and we need to be able to call things out even when it's our side doing it. And unfortunately, what I'm hearing a lot in this panel is, well, what about Trump? What about this? What about that? Everybody in the world knows that Donald Trump is corrupt, but Donald Trump is not going around America and on the news suggesting that he is a moral, upstanding human and that his party is the party of law and order. He actually leans into him being corrupt. But Joe Biden and the Democrats, they walk around and they shame us into voting for them and demanding that we vote for them, because why else would you vote for a convicted felon? All of these things, okay? And so the problem that I'm having is an inability to criticize Joe Biden just because of party loyalty. At the end of the day, these people would rather get rich and watch us starve, okay, if it meant that they were going to get rich and move into a bigger house.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I want to add
So real quick, I just want to get a temperature. I know Tori disagrees. Is there anybody else that disagrees on the panel with Rax's statement? Because I do want to kind of balance out. I think Tori might be the only person that disagrees. Is there anybody else that disagrees? Okay, I'm going to take that silence as a no. So let me let Tori address what Rax just said, and then we'll go to Julie and then TikTok user. Go ahead, Tori. Your thoughts on Rax's point?
Well, I don't agree with her trying to use the premise that Biden is anywhere near close to what the Republican Party has shown and what Trump has done in the last almost 10 years of him trying to, quote unquote, be a politician. Pardoning his son, I believe is one of the most decent things that he could have did for the last part of his career, because they used Hunter Biden as a tool to get at Biden, because they really didn't have nothing on Biden. They was trying to impeach Biden, but didn't have a damn thing. And they used Hunter Biden as a tool, and they used all our damn time and all our money, because they get six figures a piece, to sit here and argue. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene showing Hunter Biden's yonker on national television wasn't good enough. He did the right thing by pardoning his son. period. But you can think that the Democrats are corrupt all you want to. I don't care, because at the end of the day, we seeing what we're seeing right now, and it's not the Democrat Party that's causing all this chaos. It's the Republicans.
All right.
I'm sorry. Please let me respond to that, Smitty.
All right, you got to be 30 seconds. I promise Julie
Okay.
time. But go
Okay.
ahead.
All I have to say is, number one, Hunter Biden did commit crimes. He did commit crimes. Okay. There's no argument about that. They didn't invent crimes that Hunter Biden committed and then suggest that just because he's Hunter Biden, we're going to slap him. Nobody forced him to do what he did with the firearm. Nobody forced him to do what he did with the drugs. Nobody forced him to do any of that. Okay. So if you're going to suggest that Hunter Biden is the victim of a Republican witch hunt, then the same exact argument can be made that Donald Trump was the victim of a Democrat witch hunt. If you're going to use that, if you're going to use the argument, hold on a second. It is the same. It is the same. Hold on. If you're going to use, if you're going to use this argument to say that Hunter Biden was the, excuse me, if you're going to suggest that Hunter Biden only got convicted of crimes because of his last name, then you can make the exact same argument and say that Donald Trump also got his misdemeanors kicked up to felonies because of his last name too. So if you're going to use that argument, you have to be willing to apply it to the Democrats as well.
It's not the same. Okay. What they did.
Real quick, Tori. Yeah, give me a second. I'm sorry, fam. Give me a second. Let me let Julie come in. Julie, anything else you want to add? And then I'm gonna psych you out just to balance out the panel. But Julie,
Yeah,
go ahead and jump in. Anything else you want to add? Go ahead.
I would like to say some things, and then yes, you can drop me to help out. Okay, so oh man, so like we go from being like, well, you know, you Trump supporters, you're like, and I feel this, like the mega like was a thing, and like the t-shirts, the flags on the back of the trucks and everything like that, like the Trump can do no wrong, you know, this idolization. And it's disturbing hearing it on the other side too, especially when Biden himself was more of a Republican through his whole career, or centrist than any of the other Democrats that have run for president within the last like 30 years. But the thing is like this back and forth fighting and arguing and dividing, we're not getting to the root cause of why everybody's so frustrated with each other. Just because somebody voted one way or the other doesn't mean that they may or may not have same ideas about how things should go, basic like social things, like things that are important. And yes, him pardoning his son instead of doing something positive for the whole of the people proves right there that he's exactly what everybody was saying. So we need to start putting more pressure on.
Say that because you don't know what else he's about to do.
We need to put more pressure on our politicians to do what's right for the people instead of for themselves, because they're in there as a public office and their job is to work for their constituents, not to better their own pocketbooks and livelihood of their family.
Well, I agree with you on that, Julie, because the simple fact that Congress did not pass no damn bills.
Thank you, fam.
I do agree with Julie on that part.
All right, let me let TikTok user. Anything else you want to say, brother? And then back you. I got a lot of people waiting.
Okay. I was gonna say, like I said, Rax, you know, she nailed all the points, and I think it's very telling that Tory backs, you know, the Democrats so heavily. And I wanted to even ask, like, is there anything that she thinks that Democrats or Biden as a whole did wrong? You know, she's very quick to, you know, defend them, but she can't really point to.
I think was wrong. You got to ask me a question, I can answer it.
Yeah, hold on. You can answer.
TikTok user, go ahead and get your full comment in, and then I'll let Susu in the house. What's on, Susu? Well, let's let TikTok get his full comment in. Tori, you can answer the question, and then we'll see if we can get a little dialogue going. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say that Tori's just really strong when it comes to defending Biden and the Democrats and, you know, things like that. And like I said, I wanted to ask her if she thinks there's anything that the Democrats have done bad, because, you know, she can play whataboutism about other candidates, but when it comes time to, you know, hold the party to, you know, their feet to the fire a little bit, she doesn't really bring up anything. And I think that's one of the core reasons why, you know, Democrats lost, you know, the inability to just, you know, look in the mirror and see where, you know, they may have went wrong, you know, where they, you know, where their faults were, and, you know, listening to the people and their constituents. So Tori, can you name anything on the level of this whole party thing that Democrats have done wrong?
I'm disappointed in the DOJ. I'm disappointed in the FBI, CIA, and the Secret Service for not really handling Elon Musk when he's completely been rogue for months now, interfering into an election. I feel like that should have been stronger and people should have been getting arrested. I think that there should have been more investigations done.
Okay, but what has Biden and the Democrats done wrong? You're talking about CIA and Elon Musk. We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about what have the
You
Democrats
said his
done wrong.
administration. Come on now. Like, are you talking about Biden himself or are you talking about the administration?
I'm saying Biden and the Democrats, all of them. Like, you can only talk about what about other things.
Okay, so my thing is right now, the only thing I could tell you is that I wish that Biden would have been a little bit more vocal on things that he accomplished, because a lot of things they didn't really broadcast that they did. So look at the fact that Kamala Harris, she broke 32 tie votes. We didn't really get into what actually the bills was. Nobody really knows what they passed besides a few things, right? So if I would say anything, being more vocal, I wish that the Democratic Party will be a little bit more vocal on their accomplishments and the things that they're doing for the United States of American citizens.
Tori, I feel like you're not understanding the question. What had they done wrong? Like, you can list all these things that, Trump did, sending people to the Capitol, things like that, criminal things, but you
did wrong. The Chips and Science Act was a positive.
So you're saying Democrats have never done anything wrong? They've never messed up or done anything corrupt or illegal?
I can't think of nothing right now. The problematic and the instigators are the Republican Party right now. You have MAGA that has been totally taking over the Republican Party. Why are you going to sit here and say Democrats got to have anything wrong right now when we're not the ones being the agitators? We're not the ones being the corrupt party right now.
Okay,
if I had something to criticize,
last thing, Smitty.
Right now,
all right, so last thing,
Republicans.
Last thing that I'm going to drop. So I think it's very important to point out. Yeah, I think it's very important to point out that when I asked Tori, about the bad aspects and parts of her own, side, the side supporting Biden, Democrats like that, she couldn't really name anything. So I think that's a very clear indication that she's just. Anyways, so I think that is a very clear indication that she's just holding the line. I think she's just holding the line. And
if I had something to criticize, I would say it. I'm very vocal, as you can tell.
Okay, Tori, you couldn't think of anything. So the fact that you can't think of anything, and most of this panel can,
and we're not the ones that's been holding up all these bills in Congress. It's been
so anyways, and in conclusion,
why don't you talk about the facts? In Congress, who has been holding all these damn bills? Let's look at when it came down to the child tax credit. Who the hell didn't want to pass that? That was the Republicans. We are constantly sitting here wanting to talk about Democrats when it's the damn Republicans in MAGA.
That's actually typically not true, though.
So
Congress has not been passing no bills. Tell the truth.
Real quick.
No, Biden's.
Hold on. Right, give me a second, family. Give me a second. Okay. So TikTok user, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you for coming up. Give me a second, Rex. Give me a second, fam.
sorry, it was just 30 seconds. Sorry, 30 seconds. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I think that, yeah, my bad, like 5 seconds. Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to say that in order for, Democrats to, really get office again or really grow with their constituents, I think they need to look at where they had wrongs. And I think that if Tory can identify those wrongs, they might be able to get back office again. But until then, until they can look in the mirror and, face the bad aspects of their party, I think, the first Republican president is probably going to be a female. So, anyways, thank you, Smitty.
Let me ask you this, TikTok, before you leave. Let me say something to you real quick.
So real quick, I have to let him go just because I got to let somebody up.
I understand that. I want to say one quick thing, right? If the Republican Party
the rest of us want to speak too.
I get that. That's why I said I'm about to shut up after what I get done saying.
I'd appreciate it. I think you've said enough. Thank you, man.
No, actually, I have not.
Hold on, y'all. To be fair, let me let Tori, if you don't mind, let me just go up to Miss Valerie real quick and just get Miss Valerie's opening thought, okay? Because I do want to bring it back to what happened with the pardoning. I just want to get Miss Valerie's opening thought, and then I'm gonna let the dialogue flow. My family's enjoying and learning about the live too. This is the first time they've heard me on TikTok, so this has been very, very interesting so far. Go ahead, Miss Valerie.
Good morning. Good morning, Lord. You know where I am. Good evening, everybody. How you doing, Smitty?
Good. How are you,
Listen,
Valerie?
I have been listening to you guys for the last hour with this discussion, and y'all are all over the place. And it's simple as this. I'm going to say this. You dare going Skippy that he should pardon his son. He needs to pardon his son because his son was absolutely used as a tool. All of the charges that were brought on Hunter Biden, if there were any other person, would not have gone to that degree or to that extent. On the other hand, the things that were brought up for Donald Trump were things that Donald Trump did himself. The things that Hunter Biden did when he was under their influence. The things that Donald Trump did were things that he planned on and did on his own. Now, I'm going to leave that right there.
Okay.
The second thing I want to say is dissecting the Democratic Party. I'm in the Democratic Party. What pisses me off about us Democrats is we don't ever hold the line our damn self. We don't ever stick to one thought, one mind, one purpose. And what we do is we tear each other back out. I'm not talking about criticizing when you need to criticize, but damn, we got to play all our shit out in public. The Republicans you never hear a Republican tear another one down in public. They might go at it behind closed doors and all of that. They don't come out and tear each other down. Us Democrats gotta showboat and tear each other down like we're doing on this live. The reason why and I'm gonna say this other misnomer: Democrats have not lost the way you think we lost. Right now, in the House of Representatives, they have a narrow majority. They don't have an overwhelming majority in the House of Representatives. So stop that lie about there was some doggone what's the word?
Like a conspiracy. So real quick, Miss Valerie, let me just read a comment to you from one of my longtime supporters, Creative Sunshine. She says, addiction doesn't give you excuse to break the law. No one is above the law. What do you think about that from what
Well,
Creative
then they shouldn't have voted for a convicted felon.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Rex. Let me go to Rex. Rex, your thoughts, fam. I know you want to jump in earlier. Go ahead. And then Tasha, I got you. Then you
No worries.
And
no
a
worries.
pervert at that. He a pervert.
Okay. We can't say those words, though, fam. We can't say those words. But go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you don't want to get the like. Okay. All I have to say is this. If the entire argument from the Democrats is, you know what, America just voted in a convicted felon, so if they want to put Donald Trump above the law, then Hunter Biden can be above the law too, and it's time to match energy. I have a problem with that frame of thinking, because it should be that nobody's above the law. It's wrong that Donald Trump was elected president. He's a convicted felon. And it is also wrong that Hunter Biden gets away with the crimes that he committed too. We need to be able to be consistent on both logic. Otherwise, we are no better than what we claim to be against. We are no better than saying, well, we are going to be the ones that are going to stand up. At the end of the day, right? If Donald Trump is a convicted felon and he got elected president, that doesn't give Hunter Biden
Biden. That is the reason why he was broadcasted. It doesn't matter if he was guilty or not. Guilty or
Did
not.
Hunter commit a crime? Yes or no?
Is he running for office?
Corey, did
Hold on,
Hunter
y'all.
commit a
Is
crime?
he running for office?
Did he commit a crime?
Hold on, real quick.
Part of the government. No, he was not.
Corey, it doesn't
Hold on,
matter if they
everybody.
weaponized it or
Yes, it
not.
does.
Did
It
Hunter
matters.
commit a
Fam,
crime?
please, hold on, y'all.
Did he commit a crime? Yes or no?
Hold on, y'all. Real quick.
All I want to know.
Real quick, Rack. You know how I do on the live, fam. That's a good question. Let me so Miss Valerie, to Rax's question about Hunter Biden committed a crime. What do you think about that? And I promised Taishi and Eucalyptus time too. So please, after Miss Valerie, I'm gonna go straight to Taishi, y'all. Go ahead, Miss Valerie. Your thoughts on it.
So to answer Rax, her question was, did he commit a crime? Yes, he committed a crime. He was convicted of it. That's why his father's getting ready to pardon him. But secondly, why do we on the left have to be some holier than thou and above board when the people who are right now in charge don't give a damn. The point I'm making is we dragged our own self down. The things we say we want, the things we say we want to go after, the things that we say that we want to accomplish, we can't. We can't because we can't stick together. We can't formulate, we can't stick together.
Okay.
Can't stick together. That's the point, bottom line. We can't.
Okay. Let me let Taishi jump in. Go ahead, Taishi, fam. Go ahead. And then
Yes,
we'll go
this
to
is going to be my final comment. Of course,
Okay.
I am British, but what I'm hearing, look, we've got our own problems here with rubbish political parties and stupid leaders that are ridiculous. And I think the problem that you've got in America is that you've got such egregiously bad candidates on the Republican side. You're absolutely grateful for anything you can get on the Democratic side, which is a shame, really, because actually what we've got here is two black women supporting, essentially two white men, which is kind of sad, really. They're not good candidates. The Democrat, as a Brit, I know the Democrats aren't a good party. Kamala is half black, half South Asian. I'm South Asian.
Okay, no,
She's
you're not.
She
No,
was.
you're not.
If I can just finish.
No, you're not.
If I can just finish.
Hold on.
She
Hold
was
on.
very
Hold on.
qualified. She was very qualified, by the way, to take on the position of being the leader of the country. However, these aren't good people with good morals. And I think if you have now sunk to the depths of saying, yeah, it's okay that he pardoned his son, then you've lost the plot as well. Because actually, you're now having proximity to your colonizer in bad ethics and bad faith. That's sad to see, ladies, because guess what? You sold your soul to the devil, and that's a shame. Because if you have nothing left, at least you have your ethics. At least you have your ethics and your morals. If you have nothing left, without integrity, ladies,
Taishi's getting her final.
without integrity, ladies, you have absolutely nothing. And that's a shame to see, by the way. That's a damn shame. But that's all I'll say.
Well, it's a
Thank you for
damn
having me on the
shame
panel.
that you said
It's
I appreciate you, Smitty. Thank you.
It's okay that you're a racist. It's okay.
Okay.
That's a damn
All right.
shame that she
All right.
said what she
Let me-
said.
let me-
Nothing that she said was racist. What are y'all talking about? Hold on, Smitty. Before you continue, they just called her racist. Nothing that she said was racist.
She said
I just wanted to time out for a second. Because first of all, nothing that she said, excuse me, let me finish, please. Nothing that she said was racist at all. I'm a black woman as well.
Okay, so
We
you
have
don't
like a
think it's
sixth sense
racist?
when it comes to detecting racism. First of all,
Hold on, y'all, please.
I'm not done talking.
Hold on.
I'm not
Real
done
quick,
talking.
real
talking,
quick, real
Rex.
quick.
No matter where you are, you run
Okay,
your
well, the
mouth.
host gave me space to talk, so
Real
be
quick.
quiet.
Don't tell me to be
Thank
quiet.
Y'all,
Okay, well,
please.
you have to stop interrupting.
You
It's not your
always
turn.
saying stuff out the side of your.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Real quick. Okay, my mods are gonna start muting y'all. Okay, y'all know I like to run a real disciplined live. Everybody gets an opportunity to speak. Please let's keep with the rules. It's Rax's turn, and then we're gonna go to Eucalyptus. Thank you. This is a very important subject, so I appreciate the passion. But let's just keep the rules. Let's abide by the rules. Go ahead, Rex.
I just think people are beginning to really lose the plot and they're beginning to kind of overreact. What Taishi just said was not racist at all. It was a critical analysis. She's been on these lives several times, has never been racist, has been an ally to several communities, including the Palestinians, and has been a friend of the lives. So please don't call her racist just because you disagree with what she said, because what it does is it gives permission for actual racists to use that as an opportunity to get away from when they're actually being racist, and you're doing a disservice to our communities that suffer from racism. So please don't do that. And second of all, why is it that we are going to this extent on this live to defend the corruption that happened to politicians just because you voted for the Democrats? Like, this is what I don't understand. There's some type of loyalty to political parties. Like, it's like you're rooting for the Chiefs or the Lions every Sunday. I understand loyalty to an NFL team your entire life, okay? There's no harm in that. There's no harm in rooting for the Chiefs. But when you get to a point where you're so loyal to a political party that you're not really understanding what it means to stand for anything that has to do with integrity or morals or humanity, then I don't really understand what exactly we're even doing at this point. We are completely losing the plot.
Okay.
Can I respond?
All right. Yeah, real quick. So to be fair, let me let Tori respond, because I think it's been a little bit longer for her, but it's got to be like 30 seconds, and then I
Right,
promise Eucalyptus.
okay. But let me
So
say
Tori,
this.
Eucalyptus, Squirrel, and Sash. Go, Tori.
Right. So what she just said was that lady was not racist, and don't say she ain't racist. But what she said was racist. She said 2 black women that supporting 2 white men is a shame. That is racist. Why do we have to bring up race in anything? The fact that I support my party, yes, I do support my party when they're right. And if they're wrong, I'm going to call it out. But I have not seen nothing wrong on our side. I've been seeing a lot of instigators and a lot of troublemakers on the Republican side. When I'm calling stuff out, it's because I'm tired of constantly having to argue with people because they do not see the problem in their own dang old party. If the Republicans had a sense, they would try to take their party back from MAGA, because ain't nobody sitting here trying to deal with this Christian narrative other than MAGA. That's the reason why we're in this problem right now. Project 2025, the Christian narrative. Everybody is not a Christian.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Tori. Let me get a quick reset on the live real quick. If y'all don't mind tapping the screen, we're at 12,000 likes. We got almost 400 people in here. It should be up to near at least 15 to 20. That's number one. Number two, we did a quick poll earlier just to see where people were at when we first started. So if y'all don't mind, let's do it. Let's do it. Just a quick informal poll, real quick. Put a 1 if you're in support of President Biden pardoning his son. If you're not in support, please put in 2. And fam, thank you so much for coming in. Let me go to Eucalyptus. Eucalyptus, your thoughts. Then we'll go to Squirrel and then Sash.
When I came up here originally, I wasn't comparing presidents and former presidents and this, that, and blah, blah, blah. I'm just talking about Biden, the fact that he's been in office for 4 years and he's done nothing to right his wrongs, right? This man penned the PLRA. He's single-handedly responsible, one of the most, one of the biggest driving advocates for mass incarceration in the United States. And if he had, pardoned or commuted even 156 people in these 4 years, or at least passed some type of criminal reform act, I would look past this. But the fact that he pardoned his son, gave him a pass, and did nothing to right the wrongs, the men who are doing decades behind bars for nonviolent offenses, people that shouldn't be behind bars for 10, 20, 30 years, it's wrong. It's wrong. The destruction that it's done to the U.S., to the family home, it's wrong. To give his son a free pass is disgusting. At least Trump passed the First Step Act, which was the most sweeping criminal reform bill in the last 50 years of the United States history. Biden could have done something. He could have done anything. He's still got now a little bit of time left. I'm sitting, I'm watching closely. If this man doesn't pardon or commute at least 2,000 people, at least at minimum, at least do more than what Obama did, this will be the most disgraced president in American history. Did more to damage this country than any other sitting president. It's disgusting.
Okay. All right. Hey, Eucalyptus, thank you, brother, for coming up, man. I always appreciate you.
Thank you for having me on,
brother. All right, so we're gonna let Eucalyptus go. Let's go up to Squirrel and then Sash. Squirrel, your opening thoughts. What do you think about Joe Biden pardoning Hunter Biden just a few minutes ago? What are your thoughts?
It was actually like several hours ago, but
oh, my bad.
I mean, it was expected, but at the same time, if you look at it, it's basically that's the elites letting their kids and letting whoever get away with all the things, which is ridiculous. And I'm very sad that there's another person I don't know. I think the one on the bottom who has the most little coins. She hates Republicans, and it's really sad. I wish we could all just talk to each other and just.
Why do you think she hates Republicans?
No, pretty much because she said she does. She doesn't like it. She doesn't want that to be a thing. And Trump is terrible. I don't. Okay. So why is Make America Great Again a terrible thing?
I didn't get your question. Scroll, say it again. So real quick, hold on. Let me just hear Squirrel. What was your question? Scroll, say it again.
When someone says "Make America Great Again," why is that terrible?
Let me take this one, y'all. So,
Sorry.
I got it. So, when do you feel America was great? Let's just use for Black Americans. When do you feel America was great?
Okay, no. Okay, I get that everybody wants to have this huge focal point on the diversity of this country, which we do have a great diverse country because of all of the things, good and bad, from the past. But our country, as America, has been a superpower, has been like the leader of the world as a fucking teenager country. So you can pretend I'm a racist, you can pretend I'm an asshole for all of the days. You can pretend that, but when it came to economics, when it came to the way things were ran, things went well, no?
Can I say something?
I got you.
Please?
Hold on. Let me just do this between Squirrel and I. Hold on, y'all, real quick. Let me. So, I answered your question as in regards to right why people have a problem with the phrase, and you mentioned America being a superpower, America being the economic engine for the world, and you're correct with both of those things. The problem is that with that superpower status is gotten that way through disparities, and you can't ignore the disparities that continue to plague our country, right? Like Squirrel, I don't know where you live. I live in LA County, right? In LA County, the average Black person lives 60 months less than the average white person, right? You can't, and so when has America been great in the sense for a significant portion of people in this country, not just Black people? I could talk about many other different groups, right? And so you have to address that, and if that's what you're going to stand on, right? If that's your slogan, right, then the slogan needs to make sense. It's really that simple. It's not mine. It's his slogan.
Okay, so then if you want to say that it's never been great and we're not going to make it great again, like, why do you have no hope for the future? Like, that's literally it.
But who's saying? But hold on, y'all. Let me just keep this between me and Squirrel real quick. I know y'all want to jump in. So,
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick,
but who's saying?
At the end of the day, why would you not want to make America great? Why would you not want to do everything we can in order to make it a great country?
Squirrel, this is pretty rich. I mean, listen, I try to be very understanding when it comes to folks and different opinions, right? But when systematically different groups of Americans have been left out, right, of the political process, and then you go to those same Americans and say, hey, well, why aren't you optimistic? What the hell reason do you have to be optimistic? Right? Like if we've been constantly kicked out of the system, right? If you're going to tell me I should be optimistic when America has had 200 and some odd years of patience with slavery and segregation, but 4 years of patience with DEI, why would I be optimistic? We can't even get half a decade of DEI before they start undoing it. Why would I be optimistic, Squirrel? Right? Why would that ever happen?
I have a question. A question back.
Go ahead.
So you're on the Democrat side?
I'm on the. I would not say Democrat, but I would say on this. To me, this is what I'm talking about goes above Democrat or Republican, right? Treating every person fairly and honestly is above politics for me. But go ahead.
I mean, we can say it's above politics, or we can just.
It is. It's human rights. It's human rights.
That's what Republicans have been doing since forever. Republicans actually freed the slaves. You can pretend there was a party switch. It's ridiculous. I don't understand. I don't understand why anyone would feel less than anything because of the color of ridiculous.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Wait. I don't feel less than. I don't feel less than. I can acknowledge the systems, right, which disproportionately impact me. But hold on. Let me correct you. No. Let me correct you because this is important, right? This is important because I think there are a lot of people that are under this delusion that as Black people, we may inherently feel, we definitely don't feel inherently less than ever, right? It's about the systems that we are under, right, that disproportionately give us negative outcomes. But internally, in our soul, oh, baby, no. It ain't no less than here, bro. Let me tell you. No. Hold on. So let me do this, y'all. I've been talking too much.
I mean,
I'll let you
disrespect.
interact with the panel. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean,
Go ahead.
no disrespect
Sorry,
whatsoever.
real quick. You know what? I want to ask you this. Why is it all the Republican states, other than the state I live in Iowa, but all the Republican states, red states, are still under poverty? Why is it? Why is it that they are still struggling? Why is the more of the blue states supporting red states, paying their damn fair share? Because the Republican states cannot support themselves. Why is it that we have to constantly support the red states, but you guys have these billionaires that are sitting here supposed to represent you, but when you look at Louisiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, Kentucky is going to really get suffer from this because majority of the people in Kentucky are on assistance.
So real quick.
Why is it that you think that we are supposed to be? Why do you think that we are saying "Make America Great Again" makes no damn sense?
So let me let Squirrel go ahead, Squirrel. I'll let you answer. Go ahead, and then I want to let Saj come in because Saj is probably up here for a mod announcement. We've only got about 15 minutes, y'all. I do got to jump. I'll do another live tomorrow morning. Promise y'all, I'll do another live tomorrow morning on this. So Squirrel, your answer, and then we'll go drop it up to Saj.
Well, I appreciate actually being able to talk again. I can tell you that I'm not racist at all.
But Squirrel, who's calling you a racist? Who's calling you a racist?
I don't know. Like, that's just the vibe I get, that I'm a terrible, because I'm a Republican, so I'm a racist.
No, but hold on, y'all. Let me take this again. Hold on. No, nobody's calling you a racist, number one, right? And number two, being you know, go ahead. No, nobody's calling you that. I'll say the rest of my comments. Now, maybe some people in the comments are. I'm not seeing it, but go ahead.
No, but saying that all of these things are, well, you know, because I'm this color or that color, like that's the way it's going to be. That's calling me racist.
Huh?
Look, it has nothing to do with color.
Hold on. Let me real quick. Just to have the dialogue. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. So I feel like you're reacting maybe to what I said in regards to the data, right? In regards to life expectancy data. I can use even a much more relevant example since we have 3 Black women up here and we have 1 Latina Indigenous woman as well, right? That when you look at maternity data, right? Black women are 4 times more likely to be unalive during childbirth, and their children are 3 times more likely to be unalive. Hold on, Squirrel. This is very important. You're telling us to not look at that data. You're telling us to ignore that data. You can't. You have to internalize that data. And Squirrel, if you're upset, here's what I don't understand. Right? You want to have some anger towards me for bringing this out, maybe memorializing this and getting this out to you. I need you to have 10x, 20x more anger at the folks that put these systems in place. And the reality is that the folks that put these systems in place put them in place for folks with lighter complexion and white complexion to benefit. Period. Go ahead. Your response to that. I think Sashi might have to send her another request. Hold on, y'all.
You don't need to fight at all for anything. Like, can we all just live together and accept we have different colored skins? It's not really that difficult.
Oh, no, it is difficult, Squirrel. Again, when I have to explain to my sister, when I have to explain to my daughter, when I have to explain to all of my relatives why we get 60 less months. Oh, it's difficult, fam. It's difficult when my sister and other folks in his family have a master's degree and they have the same income expectation as a white man with a high school diploma. It's difficult. That's a real difficult thing to explain. I think you're trying to minimize something. Listen, I would love to be the one to say, you know what, we can get rid of DEI, we can get rid of all this stuff, but I'm only going to do that when we have the true equality and equity. I would love to. I would love to. Trust me, the day I look forward to, the day I can put some TNT to all the DEI programs, but I'm only going to support that when we are there and ready, period.
I have a question. Are you supporting Martin Luther King Jr.?
What? Is this real life?
Yes, I support Martin. I support Martin Luther King. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, I gotta hear this. Oh, no.
You're gonna try to
I gotta hear
build
this.
the
Hold on, y'all.
God
Hold on,
damn
y'all. So yes, I support Martin Luther King. Yes. Go ahead. Why did you ask that question?
Because they killed him.
And they, okay.
I don't know who they is. They killed him.
So what does that got to do with me supporting Martin Luther King?
Can I just say one thing to her? Ooh, I just gotta say.
Hold on, y'all.
I got
I'm
questions.
doing this on purpose. Hold on, y'all. So where are you going with the question? I'm kind of confused.
He believes in, or believed, sorry, in the value of a human,
Okay.
not based on the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And that is exactly.
I got this, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I got this. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. I got this. Trust me. Trust and believe in Smitty. Okay, so let's be very clear what Martin Luther King said. Okay, right? He said, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." He didn't say all people character. I cannot stand. Misquote this man and say the quote wrong. He was not worried about white people being judged for the content of their character. He was not worried about that. He was worried about his kids and their character. He never ever said anything about everybody, right? And so you're misquoting this man, which you asked me about how much I care about him. You're the one misquoting him. White people's content of their character has never been on trial, right? It's never been on trial. He was talking about his children and metaphorically black people. Squirrel. And then real quick, Squirrel. Let me.
White people is terrible.
Go ahead.
We should continue to burn down cities.
Okay.
Huh?
Can I
Not
say
about burning down cities.
Okay,
We got the Martin Luther King to
hold
burning down cities.
on. Can I?
Hold on, y'all. Let me let Sasha jump in. Go ahead, Sasha. Go ahead.
Squirrel,
I
got
I'm trying, Squirrel.
Hold on, Squirrel.
I'm trying,
I got
fam.
questions. My first question is, Squirrel. If you don't mind answering, what's your approximate age? You don't gotta tell me exact, but what's your approximate age group?
I'm 40.
Okay, and then my next question is, where's approximately where do you live in the United States?
North the fucking Dakota.
Okay, so now my next question is this. And you can be honest with me or not. You don't even have to answer the question. You can internalize this question to yourself.
Okay.
All right. So the question is this. When you're walking down the street and you see a grown man of color coming in your direction, you don't have to answer this out loud. You know how you feel about this approach. Okay? All right. So you know how you feel about people being in certain spaces where you are that don't necessarily look like you. You don't have to answer this. I don't need you to answer it. These are feelings. These are things that happen. When you say, make America great again, the premise is that America was great for everyone. And for you to mention Dr. King, you know that it couldn't have been great, or Dr. King would not have needed to formulate the civil rights movement, my dear. None of that would have needed to happen if America was so great for everybody.
I think that
So real
think
quick,
that
and then I want to let Sasha jump in.
we're on the same page because that man was killed.
You can't say that.
You gotta say I'm alive.
Unalived, I'm sorry, but he was unalive. And no, the one time that I felt uncomfortable when I was in Minot, there was a bunch of white boys
You don't have
around.
to answer that. I just wanted you to think about it yourself. You don't have to answer that. out
Real
loud.
quick. Let me hold on, y'all. Real quick. Let me let Sash jump in. Go ahead, Sash. I got less. Go ahead, Sash.
Okay. So Squirrel, you came up here and you asked a really odd question, but I hear it a lot. And you said, why can't we all just get along? And I hate that question. I hate that question because and then you brought up what is so bad about the phrase "Make America Great Again." You do know that was a phrase used by Hitler, right?
You do understand that it was a phrase used by Reagan, right?
That doesn't make it better.
You know,
It was
Reagan
a
was
phrase.
horrible.
It was a phrase coined. It was a phrase coined by. Hold on. It was a phrase coined by Hitler.
You can't keep putting it that way. You cannot call.
I'm not putting it that way. That's the facts.
But
That's
at the
the
end
facts.
of the day,
That's right. Hold on. You're asking us why that phrase is not okay. That's why it's not okay. Because it was a phrase built on white supremacy that G-sided a lot of people, not just Jews, but a lot of different people. So when you're bringing it over here to a country like the United States that was founded on the G side of indigenous people and the slavery of black people, and on top of that, after that, the genocide of other black, indigenous, and other people of color in this country. When has this country ever been great for all other people of color? Never, because it was built on G-side and slavery. So it has never been good for black, indigenous, and other people of color in today. And there's still indigenous people that live separately from the rest of the citizens, where they get disparaged amount of food. Their water supply is different. Black and brown immigrants face disparaging. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Black and brown immigrants do not get the same privileges that white immigrants do in this country. Black people face a exorbitant amount of different things. For example, I'll just give a quick one: the Navy Federal Credit Union, which is one of the most recent ones that happened. There's no way that somebody with a colonizer's mindset can say this country has been the superpower of the world, while at the same time, like Smitty said, disparaging a whole bunch of other countries and a whole bunch of other peoples to become that superpower, G-side a whole bunch of people, and then say at the same time, but please let me hold your hand and let's sit at the same dinner table together. Like, it's just impossible.
Let's get it. Let's Squirrel. So your thoughts to that, Squirrel. Let's the Squirrel respond, and then we'll go to final comments because I got to run soon. Go ahead, Squirrel. What do you think about what Sasha said?
My thoughts, like, I'm a terrible person. Now you guys have me just seeing race, and I saw a white woman yell at me because I'm racist. So that's fun. But no, at the end of the day, Make America Great Again has nothing to do with race. It has to do with the country, and it has to do with how it works, how it can be strong, and we can actually be dependent on ourselves. It has nothing to do with race. Everybody can throw out, oh my God, for me. You guys can throw that shit out all day. That's dumb.
Thank you, Squirrel. We're gonna go to thank you, but no thank you. Really, I have the same thing with comments I don't even like. Go to Tori. Let's go to Tori. Final comment.
All right, so let me say this, Squirrel. The problem we have is conservatism. That's the problem. When you look at back in the day, Democrats used to be conservative. They switched parties with the Republicans after the Civil War.
I mean, if you want to like,
Republicans are now conservative. Let me talk. Conservatives are the ones that started the Triple K and Jim Crow laws. When the party switched, they turned into the Republican Party. In conservatism, guess who is following the Republican Party? The Triple K and the white supremacists and the Nazis. That is the biggest problem that we're having right now. You cannot sit here and say that everything that Make America Great Again is a good slogan when the people that's behind it are wearing the hoods. The people that are behind it are having the swastikas. The people behind it are supporting conservatism, and that is the problem.
Let's let Squirrel respond to that. Go ahead, Squirrel, and then we're gonna go to Miss Valerie and then
No,
we're gonna
actually,
cut. Go ahead.
Republicans have actually fully been in support of all the things that are like good. You know, like not having people enslaved by the color of their skin. Like, no, let's stop
So real
doing
quick,
that.
real quick. Now we're okay. So we're going back in
doing
here.
that.
So
Well, I don't know
let me ask you a question. Since you said, "Hey,
I
Republicans."
don't follow the KKK, so maybe you do.
So
My bad.
real quick, Squirrel.
Triple K on TikTok.
Hold
sorry.
on, y'all. So, Squirrel, are you in support? Or are you in favor of DEI initiatives?
No, I don't like DEI initiatives because
Okay, can you tell me why?
at the end of the day, you have to earn the job you have. I'm a little white girl from the fucking Midwest, obviously, and I've gotten a lot of jobs over men because I work harder. That's it. I think
Okay.
that it's ridiculous if you want to say we have to be there should be no status quo like this person or that person can do this job. Like, no, there needs to be, the status quo needs to be, can you perform the duties?
All
That'd
right,
be
let me
great.
jump in. Squirrel. What you're describing is not DEI. Okay, DEI, right? When it comes to hiring, is hold on. Let me tell you what it really is. Okay, because you're under this misconception as to what DEI is. Right? DEI is instead of legacy hiring, right? The wink, wink. Let me hire my son to take over my company, right? Because again, America has never had a problem with nepotism. America has never had a problem with quid pro quo, right? America has never had a problem with the wink, wink, right? But again, you're under the misconception that DEI is just, oh, we see a black person, we're going to hire them. No, what DEI is to commit to bringing in a diverse pool of applicants to pick the right person, right? Okay, as a person who hires people, I will never ever hire a person who is unqualified. I will never hire a person that's unqualified. It doesn't make sense. Hold on, Squirrel. You're never going to convince an employer to say, you know what, pick the black person even though he's unqualified. No. It's pick the right person, and you're more likely to get the right person if you bring in a diverse hiring pool of people, period.
Okay, tell Boeing.
What's that?
Tell Boeing that. I'm just saying, like, I don't give a shit if you're brown, green, pink, or yellow. It doesn't fucking matter.
I think a lot of the stuff we're saying is
It wouldn't
going
matter
over
to
your-
me if I saw somebody pink. That would concern me.
It's going over your head. We're telling you what's the problem, and you're
but-
telling us what you think.
I don't know. Again, if I saw somebody pink, I'd be really concerned. Now, listen, here's a problem, though, again, about this whole color blindness, okay? Nobody's asking you to be colorblind. I think that's kind of ridiculous, okay? I prefer being color kind, right? And acknowledging and understanding that folks, right, of different races, right, have different struggles, okay? You as a woman, I'm sure have had different struggle as men, period. Okay, and then after this, I'm giving up, y'all. I'm going. Go ahead, Squirrel. Go ahead. I want to hear what you got to say.
No, yeah. So as a woman, I've worked mainly in like man jobs. I have. So is my mother, and she's about to retire. Every time a new man actually came in to be her boss, she had to like start over. Every time, but she's not. I'm sorry, she's a white woman. She's not like, hey, you know what? We need to fucking restructure everything because poor me. She's like, fuck that guy. And I'll just run circles around him every time.
And what makes you think black people don't have the same attitude as your mom? What makes you think that do you think black people would be where we are today if we didn't have that same grit and that desire, and maybe even 5-10x that same grit? Do you think we just sit around? You think me and Miss Valerie and Tori and Sasha, we all get together and say, "Oh, woe is me, we can't get anything done"? Are you crazy? Like, do you think that that's what we do? Right?
No,
Don't you think?
I don't think you're crazy, but do you actually think that Black Lives Matter, the movement, was actually productive?
Yes.
Okay, now we're getting into Black Lives Matter.
Should have been, but let's be the facts that they don't care about.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Trying to be a
again,
dick.
okay, hold on. All right, because this again, now you're going back to what annoys me, right? Instead of asking me about the success of the Black Lives Matter movement, why don't you ask and address the reasons that movement had to happen, right? Why are we talking again and criticizing the people that are responding to the problems within the system, as opposed to criticizing the folks who continue to want to stand up that same system, right? Those are the people that you should be asking. Those are the people that you should go to. You know what? Why the hell did Black Lives Matter have to even be a thing? Why is it that black people have to constantly reinforce, and people of color have to constantly reinforce how important we are? Why is that, right? That's the question you should be asking. I need you, right? So you're in North Dakota, right? To talk to the folks in Fargo and Williston and Minot and talk to them, right? Don't come up here talking to us because you're talking crazy, squirrel. Listen, I'm just letting you know. You're talking crazy, right? Don't ask us about, right, what we needed, right? And was it successful? Go talk to them.
Also, why don't you ask about why women are going through what we're going through when it comes to employment? That's a big issue that you should be fighting for, which Democrats also fight for. The fact that women are not getting paid as equally as men do.
I can't, y'all. Okay. All right, I got to run anyway. This live has been something else.
An oil rig, because I'm in North Dakota, and if you're not going to get an oil rig, like if you're not going to get an oil rig job, you're... sorry, you're not going to make as much.
But do you see the problem there?
Hey, y'all, listen, I got to go. I got to go. I got to run. I'll do another live tomorrow. We'll stay focused on the topic tomorrow.
I'm about to leave. Have a good one, all y'all.
Bye.
All right. I got y'all. I love y'all. Y'all stay safe. I love you too, Squirrel, even though we clearly in a different way.
But I love you.
We'll figure it out.
I'm sorry that you think I don't know. I hope you don't think I hate you because of your race or because of my race or whatever. Like I genuinely want to have a conversation with you.
We can have a conversation sometime soon because I think we definitely need to have more conversations. But I appreciate you. Y'all take care. Much love to y'all. I gotta go. Say, hey, no. You know what? Hunter Biden has been politicized since the beginning. Why not pardon him? I want to hear both sides. What do you guys think? Alex says, I'm so happy he did this. Please tap the screen, share out the live. We're glad he did it. Azúcar, ¿cómo estás, hermana? How are you? Good to see you. D Weezy, I'm not surprised. All right, talk to me. We'll do a poll here in a second. But if we could tap the screen, share out the live. Please encourage folks. This is a very important discussion, as always, that we try to have in a very impactful way. Live content creator, hey, great to see you. Much love to you, live content creator. Thank you for what you do as well on YouTube. I got a chance to check out what you do. Thank you very much. Much appreciated as always. So thank y'all. Thank you. Please continue to tap the screen, share out the live. Biden went back on his word. I guess he doesn't believe in the justice system after all. Ooh, okay. That's what I wanted. So I want to talk about. Sacred. Thank you as always, Sacred. You've been here for quite a while with me. I appreciate you. Much love to you. Share out the live. Okay, but let's go back to what who said that? Let's see. To what Graham said. Biden went back on his word. I guess he doesn't believe in the justice system after all. What do y'all think? For those who say, hey, I'm in support of this. And I support what he did. What do you think about Graham's perspective? That's what I want to hear today. Again, we want to stoke a conversation. Netta, how are you, fam? Good to see you. As always, Hunter Biden was harassed. That's the other side of it. What do we do for our kids, though? Casey, okay. All right. Sash, good morning. Thank you, Sash, for being here yesterday. Thank you, fam. And again, thank you. Appreciate you, Sacred, for that comment as well. Would we do it for our kids? Would we do it for anybody that maybe has been politicized? That's the question. That's what I want to hear. Okay. Again, feel free to request. Let me see if we've got somebody in the request. Okay, we got one person. All right. Let's let this person up. We'll get started. And again, feel free to request. Unanswered, how are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, good. What are your thoughts on Hunter Biden and the pardon, Joe Biden pardoning his son, Hunter Biden?
I would like to thank you to you very first. I was in your live yesterday, and it was very fruitful. It went really
Thank you.
in the top level. However, there were some disappointment by different people, and it ran away with the smoky hot zone yesterday. I was out there in your live. I was listening. But to me, a president does have right to pardon himself as mandated by Constitution. President does have discretionary power to pardon himself in the public. That is the one thing. I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm 100% Democrats. Big fan of Democrats. But when it comes to the Hunter Biden, this case was a little bit weaponized from the beginning. If Biden could have support his son, he would have supported from the beginning, you know. But now, when Trump wins the election, President Biden wants to pardon his son in a democratic way. But according to the Constitution of America, President does not have right to pardon to his son or daughter if they are convicted on any crimes. So, but we need to see these things from two different spectrum. Does Hunter Biden have a sufficient amount of reassurance to convict him, to charge him, whatsoever the allegation he has had? Is number one, okay? Is the number one. Number two, the sitting president Biden is so scared about Trump administration. He has had so many allegations of government insurrection, undocumented, classified documentation that has been taken from the White House at his home, right? A sexual abuser, a fraud, so many allegations he has had. But now he is going to pardon himself, and he does have right. But when it comes to the Hunter Biden, this is gonna be a very hot topic of discussions.
Sure.
And there might be some conspiracy theory behind the son and father about the allegations. Who knows? You know, politics is sometimes is a game like a solidarity confinementation, you know.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me jump in real quick on answer. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that perspective. It is complicated. That's why I want to have this discussion. Let me go to Graham real quick. Graham, welcome to the panel. What's your thoughts about this pardon?
Thanks, Smitty. Yeah, no, I'm disappointed. I think that Biden went in front of the American people. He went on the news. He, sat there at the Normandy, I believe it was, and he pledged that he wasn't going to do it. And so, if he had a change of heart and, he figured, why bother? His political reputation is so tarnished that it doesn't really matter. That's one thing. But Biden was the one that was talking about the rule of law and being above the law and trying to prosecute Trump all this time and get him in a position where he's going to be sentenced potentially to jail. Where does he get off now going back on his word to the American people? And it totally undermines everything that they did against Trump. Now it holds no water whatsoever. You can't bring that up, in my opinion. I mean, I guess you can, but it doesn't carry any legal weight when something like this could happen. So I'm very disappointed in our president, but I think Biden has been a person that has said he was going to do one thing and he does the other. And so I guess I'm not surprised, So, yeah, that's where I...
Okay, fair enough, Graham. All right, thank you for that. Let's go to yeah, absolutely. And I know folks will have some counter thoughts to what you said, so I definitely want to keep you up if you have time. Let me go to Asukar, sister. How are you doing, fam?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. What are your thoughts on Hunter Biden and this the pardon by President Biden? What do you think?
I'm so glad that he did it. I'm so excited that he did it, just because I just think anytime that we're going to have a convicted felon for a president, I just think all the rules go out the window. When we talk about that Biden went back on his word, I mean, how many times have number 47 went back on his word? He's lied about everything. He lied and said he didn't know what Project 2025 was about. He's putting people in his cabinet that were authors of Project 2025. He lies about everything. So the fact that Biden had a change of heart and he wants to pardon his son, I think good for him. I'm so excited.
Okay. So Graham, what do you think about Sue Carter's perspective? And you know, given that that's the counter to yours, what do you think about that? And then we'll drop down to unanswered.
No, I mean, hey, I respect your opinion. I'm not going to come after you, but you know, this whole idea that, you know, Trump's a felon, and I guess at this point, you know, you need to drop it in terms of him, because this undermines the rule of law, just like you wanted to try to hold up the rule of law with Trump. I mean, he pled guilty, remember, to these tax evasion charges. And when it comes to taxes, we're all subject to taxes, okay? That to me is a more serious offense than say, you know, messing with your business records, in my opinion, you know, in terms of severity of a felony, if we're just going to compare the two. So I respect your opinion, and I guess that's a moment of victory for Democrats that didn't get their way in election. But, you know, at the end of the day, he pled guilty to the tax charges, and he wasn't paying his taxes or filing them correctly. And he was admitted to do that. It wasn't like he went to trial and, you know, facts came out that proved him guilty. He admitted that he evaded taxes. That's a serious offense in this country. Any of us that does it, we're going to jail. So, you know, you know what, if it's a moment of victory for the Dems after losing the election, that's one thing. But you can't go back and talk about Trump and all his charges now when something like this happens.
Okay. All right.
I don't think it's I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I just really quick? I don't think it's a moment of victory because we lost. I just think what it is that we're relieved to see that he's finally doing something
useful
that is going to benefit him and his family, as opposed to, I feel like Democrats are always expected to go by the rules. We can't go back on what we say. That, you know, we're held to that. But then when it comes to Republicans, they're able to lie, go back on what they say that they're going to do. And then that's just what I'm telling you, just what I've seen from my perspective. This is my perspective.
Let me do this, y'all, real quick. Unanswered. Let me give you like 30 seconds. Go ahead, unanswered for like 30 seconds. Probably Keo and Kim.
Thank you so much. You know, I just don't have much to talk, but Joe Biden is an amazing president in an American history who maintained the geopolitics at this contempt situation, because the geopolitics is into an opposite directions. I would rather pardon Hunter Biden than saying convicted felon in the White House. Okay. This is I would like to land here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, unanswered. Thank you for coming up. We're going to go to Miranda. How you doing, fam?
Let's just clarify, Smitty. You know what? Trump isn't going to be a felon for long. He'll pardon himself. And that case will get tossed. So you can't, soon enough, you won't be able to cling on to this.
And that's okay, right? And that's okay.
You're proving your own point. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's game on, dude.
Let me let Keo come in real quick.
The point that all Republicans do is do vindictive things and inflammatory things to put their own agendas and their own selves front. This man lied. Oh, hold up. Good morning, Smitty.
Good morning.
Sorry, I'm working. I came in hot.
No, you good. Go ahead.
But this man lied for a whole year talking about, he wasn't doing Project 2025. That's not his MO. That's not his MO. And then you're putting people in that are 2025 adjacent, if not the arbiters of that whole movement. And you're going to get mad at Biden for looking out for his son. Hey, listen, if you want to talk about white tea privilege, extend it to everybody. I don't have a problem with Biden doing what he has to do. He did what he came in and did what he had to do. If he fixed the economy, it didn't translate to the Republicans because misinformation and lack of education won out in this election. Okay, phooey. I'm gonna do what I gotta do for my son on the way out because for whatever reason he's been made political target number one in your rhetoric for years. Sir, I'm speaking. He's been made political target number one for all of what, 10 years about laptops and whatnot. But then you want to sit here and say, oh, well, Trump, you infantilize this man. You infantilize this bastard. He is deplorable. The most deplorable person with no type of ethic, no type of regard for rules. Excuse me, I am talking.
He's your president now.
I am talking.
So Graham dropped.
He is deplorable. Sorry, Smitty. I'm getting a little heated because these people they're digging their own graves and they don't even see it. You see companies talking about they're going to increase prices. You see people getting scared about getting deported. Y'all don't have no type of remorse about your own actions. So as far as I'm concerned, whatever that man does in his interest, let him do it. Because he pulled us out of a would-be recession. We were supposed to go into recession around 2022, 2023. He pulled us out of a recession. And yes, I don't agree with the whole Israel-Palestine thing. I think that was a smear on his presidency. But for what he did for America, I'm gonna give him his flowers in that regard.
Let me ask you a question, Kiora. So real quick, let me ask you a question, and then I do want to get up. I do want to, if you are in or if you do not agree with President Biden pardoning his son, please request. I want to get you up. I want to keep the panel balanced. But what do you say to folks like? Actually, I'm gonna change what I'm gonna say. What about folks that say, hey, you know what? This is exactly what the Democrats accused Donald Trump of doing, what they accused Republicans of doing, offending the rule of justice. And
guess what? All that's out the window.
What do you think about that? And then I want to go to
all of it's out the window because we've been trying to play by the. And for real, I don't even think it's a rule to be broken. He's not a president that's for. Don't call me a hypocrite. He's not a president that's going for re-election. He's up there in age. I think this was less of a political move and more of a personal move, right? I think this was just a father looking out for his son. He said, hey, listen, I got the power to do it. I would do it. I think if anybody was in that predicament, they would do the same stuff under the same circumstances that Biden's under, right? And to land my plane here, I don't want to hear no Republican talk about ethics. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear no type of ethical conversation from MAGA people. You have no ethics. You have no type of regard for law. You elected a 34 convicted felon. You elected a rapist. You elected a racist. You elected somebody who has divided this country on every stage that we can have. So do not mention anything about ethics and morale and this and that. I don't want to hear it. Okay. Anyway, have a great day, Smitty. I appreciate you always. These conversations are beautiful to have. I love it. But I saw this and I was like, well, I'm going to get on it real quick.
No, you're good, fam.
You have a great day, Bob.
You're always welcome. Always welcome. Thank you, fam. And if you want to stay up for a little bit, you're good too. Either way.
I'm going to go ahead and drop down. Thank you.
Okay, brother. All right. Let's go to Kim. So Kim, your thoughts, fam. How you been? First off, let me check in with you. How you been and what are your thoughts? Hey, Kim, I can't hear you. Let's try you again. Can y'all hear Kim? Is it me or is it? I can't hear you. Can y'all hear Kim? Let me know in the comments. Okay, so no, we can't hear you. Hey, Kim, I'm gonna drop you and then I'm gonna bring you right back up. Okay, absolutely, fam. You can rejoin. Okay, all right. We got brother Jamal. I can't wait. When I say I can't wait to hear your perspective, I can't wait to hear your perspective, brother. Talk to me. What's your thoughts?
Well, first, as a Trump supporter, no, let me stop clowning, man. I'm not. Okay. I told you I was coming. You know, I had to come on here and be messy for a second. It's so good to see you, Smatty. I'm glad to. It's so good to see you. I done ate turkey and rice dressing and macaroni, and I feel rejuvenated. But listen,
Oh my God, I wasn't ready for that, man. I wasn't ready for that.
So I'm gonna be brief. Who cares? As my grandmother would say, who cares, baby? Who cares? That man done what he did. And what else? And what else? They mad? People are mad. I see the comments from both the same cackling group of folks on the right that have no idea or ideology that governs them, that has any morality or dignity associated with it. And on the other side, I see the same group of leftists screaming about nonsense that he is doing in terms of pardoning, yet they still haven't formulated a plan after they upended this election to combat what Trump is going to do when he gets in office. We got bigger fish to fry. There's a TikTok video where this lady says, scratch between your legs, smell your fingers, you got bigger fish to fry. I encourage people to do that. They got some bigger fish to fry in this moment. We don't have time to be playing games around something that nothing can be done about. He made a decision. He is president of the United States. It is within his purview and his authority to issue pardons. He exercised the authority of the president, and guess what? Move on. I just think, Smitty, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna digress, but it's a trend. And so the other day, Joe Biden, who is going out of office, picked up a book. And it was a news story because he picked up a book at an event and people were upset that he had the book. And I'm just like, y'all worried about the wrong thing. In about 50 days, he won't be president anymore. You can scream, you can holler, you can kick, you can wet the bed if you'd like. It's not going to change that he is no longer going to be the president on January 20th. So for people to be upset that he pardoned his son, oh well, deal with it. There's nothing that can be done about it. There's an authority of the president. And last I checked, the United States Supreme Court said that there's no, there can be no accountability for a president exercising their presidential power. So he exercised his presidential power. He did so within the confines of the law and stare decisis. And so now people are mad. Oh, well, deal with it. I hope he pardons. Listen, that man needs to commute every sentence of people that are on federal death row before he leaves office. I hope he pardons every single person he can think of that got a weed charge. I hope that he pardons, listen, I go and find every crackhead you'd like to and pardon them too. Who cares? Clearly, we have two different sorts of people in this world. The ones that will complain about the pardon of his son and the folks that remain silent while the Trump, the president-elect, appoints people whose own parents call them sexual abusers, whose own families discuss them and talk about how horrible. People that are known to have had inappropriate relations with minors have been appointed to positions in that cabinet. So before I get into a conversation about him pardoning his son for some tax nonsense and lying that he had a weapon on some farm, let's deal with the folks that's having inappropriate relationships with children. Let's deal with that. So guess what? I hope that he takes this pardon, and I hope he does some other things that he can get pardoned for before he gets out of office. How about that?
Okay.
So that's my 2 cents for today's Smitty. And I just want to say I know it's been a while, but I'll be back to be messy very soon. Okay?
Oh, I love it. I love it. We all been missing you, so I'm glad you were back.
All right, brother.
All right. Let me go to Kim. Let's see if we can hear you this time, Kim, and then we're going to drop down to Asukar. Kim, let's try again. Your thoughts, fam.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Yep.
Okay. It's Haiti, by the way.
Okay.
So I agree and disagree. I don't think there's really a big problem with him pardoning his son. Personally, I thought that Hunter Biden was 20 years old for the past 10 years because he was living the college life. I did not realize this man was a 40-year-old man. But I think that I think it makes sense because of the fact that the Republicans were using him as essentially a political prisoner. And there was no reason for him to be a political prisoner. over stupid things that everyday blue collar people do. I think it's wrong, but everyday people do tax evasion. Everyday people lie on forms. It's really no biggie. However, I think it's hypocritical and contradictory on Biden's end, because what we're saying is you can pardon your son for things such as like all these things. You can look past his addiction and all the other stuff that he does. However, you can't look past that for everyday Americans. How many Americans are going to jail and prison for stupid shit? Yet to address that. And that's for both sides, Democrats, Republicans. That's just for everybody on the Hill, right? It's not okay when their kids do it, when their family does it. We have to now, the judicial system is fucked up when it comes to Biden's kids, when it comes to Biden, when it comes to Trump, when it comes to everybody else, it's fucked up. But when it's everyday black and brown and poor people, we just got to fend for ourselves. We just got to figure it out for ourselves. Like that's the reason. That's where I get irritated. It's not that he got pardoned, because I don't think he should have went. I don't think people who do, honestly, yeah, if you lie on forms, it's wrong. I don't think you should go to jail for it in prison, because it's not necessary to go to prison for those things. However, a lot of people who lied on forms just about going to which school their kid goes to, because they don't want to put their kid in a school that has gun violence and all types of stuff, they're being put in jail for this stuff. And they're going to jail. Kids are losing their parents. And Biden is like, yeah, let's just pardon my kid. I just think it's hypocritical and contradictory.
Okay, all right.
We have to admit that the judicial system sucks. We can't just admit it for the rich, that it sucks for them.
Okay. Thank you, fam. Sukar, go ahead, jump in for like 30 seconds, and then I want to go up to Jay. Get Jay.
Sure. No, you know what? I just wanted to finish my thought from the last conversation. I just think that a lot of times, again, I think that Democrats are always expected to follow the rules and to do things perfectly. And then Republicans are just allowed to change their mind, lie, cheat, steal, whatever. And that's okay. And I feel like it's overlooked, especially with the upcoming administration. So again, I think that that Biden did a good thing. I don't feel like it's a win again for Democrats. I just think that I'm glad that he finally did something that maybe everyone doesn't agree with. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay.
Pushing the boundaries. Okay. All right.
Yeah, pushing the boundaries. There you go.
Thank you, fam. Let me go to Jay Tota. Jay Tota, what are your thoughts, opening thoughts on this? And again, actually, let's real quick, before you get started, let's just do a quick poll. If you agree with the pardon, put a 1 in the comments. If you disagree, put 2. I just want to see where the chat is. Go ahead, Jay Tota. Your opening thoughts.
Thanks, man. So I think the pardon itself, we have to look at the date in which the unconditional pardon was given to Hunter. So obviously this is the first time that a sitting president has pardoned a family member in the history of our country. That's number one. The date in which they set it back at, it's a backdated pardon, which is in 2014. Now, why the interesting backdate and why I bring that up is because this protection is being brought forth to protect not only Hunter, but also his dad, his dad's brother, James, Hunter's uncle, in their involvement in the Ukraine, Burisma problems that came up again prior to the 2020 election. It's interesting that if this was a orange man or any other Republican president did this to their family member, I think we would be a little bit more critical on that side. And I hear a little bit of it coming from the media, but not the way that I think it would have went down if Trump did this, or if anybody else on the right side did this for a family member. Again, this is unprecedented times. We all know what Joe said he was going to do. He wasn't going to interfere with the justice system. But this is clear interference with the justice system. Hunter, he pled guilty, guys. He pled guilty. So I don't know where in our minds we allow this type of thing to happen. But he is in his right. I think any father, I have kids, I probably would have pardoned my son.
Hey, we got some background.
Yeah, that's my piece.
So real quick, you got some background. Sounds like you got some music.
Sorry, that's not me.
Oh,
I think that's the guy above me.
Oh, hey Miranda, I think you might have some music in your background.
Ex Miranda or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So again, the one thing I think Americans are missing right now, and even just close friends of mine, is why the backdated pardon. And it's an unconditional pardon, which means we're not just talking about gun charges. We're talking about from the January 14th, 2024. I'm sorry, January 2014. We are not allowed to talk anything about Hunter or bring him up on any charges from that point. And it's not something that just turns on today, 2024. They backdated it 10 years prior. So again, he's under an unconditional pardon. And it's a little alarming, I would say, when you look at why the backdate, and when you do the math, it's a lot bigger than these gun charges and things that, again, Hunter pled guilty to.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. All right.
That's my piece.
Okay, Jay Toda, thank you. Go ahead, Jamal. Then we're gonna go up to TikTok user.
Yeah, so a couple of things. First, he pled guilty as a plea. And just for the people out there that need the statistics, about 80 or 90% of cases end in plea deals, just because the costs of arguing something in the American judicial system. And so to suggest that he pled guilty as if that guilty plea was not tied to a plea agreement is a disingenuous argument at inception. And so, yes, he pled guilty with the condition that he would be or receive a plea agreement. The judge on that case, who was an appointee of the Trump White House, rejected that plea, which is highly unusual, very unusual, statistically improbable in most cases. Judges, once the defense and the government decide on a settled agreement, it is typically accepted. What happened in this case is the judge rejected the plea agreement. So to suggest in isolation of that plea agreement that he pled guilty is just a disingenuous argument. Now, moreover, Smitty, I think one of the things that we consider that I heard from Jay Todak was this idea that he pardoned his son and there might be something else. What I think the problem might be, and this has been widely reported, is that people that are government officials, folks that were in the Biden orbit, have all been instructed to get attorneys because they believe that the Justice Department is going to be weaponized against people that did not toe the line that Trump wanted them to toe. That is a high probability when you have people like Matt Gaetz being appointed to be U.S. Attorney General and subsequently another Trump acolyte being appointed to the position. And so it makes sense to me to instead issue a blanket pardon, to refuse to allow your child to be used as political capital. Now, I'm a very well-read person, but I would just ask, since Jay Todak, Smitty, if I may, I have read the statutes and the law and court decisions around pardons, and he used the term, it is highly unusual. Is that to suggest, Jay Todak, that it is in fact illegal, or your suggestion is just irregular, and there is, of course, no underpinning of law that would suggest it would be illegal or immoral or unethical or outside the parameters of the powers of the president? I just kind of want to get clarity.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Jay Todak. And then go ahead. Your response to Jamal's question.
Yeah, so I think I want to make it clear that Joe is under his rights as the president of the United States to pardon anyone. Okay, anyone at any time. What we need to do, though, as just civil people, and we're looking at this from obviously a bird's eye view, and we need to hold, whether he's the president of the United States or not. He'll be out in how much weeks? He's gone, right? But we need to kind of take a step back and go, hey, look, is he within his power? Yes. Does he have to do it? No. Did he say he wasn't going to do it? Yes. So we got to hold this guy somewhat accountable. Did he break the law for doing it? No. I would just, again, ask why the backdated unconditional pardon was given to Hunter. This is, again, backdated to 2014. So that there's a big discrepancy in my eyes. You might not see it, but I do. There's some, did he do it outside of the confines of his position, the law, whatever? No. But there's something a bit fishy about backdating it unconditional pardon, meaning we can never go after Hunter from the 2014 and up.
Okay.
Can I say something about that real quick?
Let me just close this out, Azukar, just really quick, if you don't mind. So here's the thing: when I hear people that share things that the rest of us can't see, except for those things are not grounded in law. We are all entitled to opinions, right? But the litmus test is, does it meet constitutional muster? And I think what Democrats have to do, and I saw this in the comments, and I kind of want to key in on this, and Smitty, bear with me for a second, like literally 60 seconds.
Yeah, you're good.
We try to be nice and fair and play in the sandbox with folks that we know are bringing the most ridiculous sort of positions on the legal system. And so to the extent that we're quoting what Biden said, then we need to quote him correctly as well. He said, I will not interfere with the Justice Department. The Justice Department, once again, came to a plea agreement. The judge set aside the plea, which is highly unusual and irregular. So he didn't interfere with the Justice Department. What he did was make sure his son would not be the target of malicious prosecution by a Trump White House, which I think is smart. I think to the point of the person that was on a little bit before me, right? Like, there are other people that are struggling in similar situations that could have gotten a pardon. Well, here's where I'm at on it. Tough. Yeah, people should get pardoned, but tough. That man protected his child, and 10 days out of 7, I would protect mine. There would be no question. Good for him. And if it ain't against the law, I at this point, Smitty, the Democratic Party and people on this side of the aisle need to stop being the morality police, because quite frankly, it's exhausting. And we have seen it so much during this election and this election cycle, the morality police. Oh, you're this, you're that, you don't support this, you don't support that, you're a horrible person. No one gives a crap. Nobody cares. Okay. He pardoned his son, it's done. Ain't nothing gonna undo it. Now I'm gonna drop back down because I'm supposed to be getting dressed for work, Smitty.
All right, we love having you up. You want to request again? Feel free, fam. Thank you for coming up. I'll drop you. Let me go to, I know, Azukar, if you could, maybe 30 seconds, because I do want to get TikTok users opening. But go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, I was just going to say, I just think from the perspective of a parent, if you knew that someone like Trump was coming into office and knowing that he's already vowed to, take revenge on other people who went against him, I think as a parent, I would protect my child also. And I would backdate also to make sure that no one could ever bring up anything else moving forward. So if there's a question as to why it was backdated, I think I'm just thinking as a mother, I would do the same thing for my kid. Especially, Biden has also said that he felt like that he was that Hunter was targeted because of him. So maybe he just wants to protect his kid.
Okay.
Can I say one thing?
Jay, Tony, give me 1 second. Let me just let TikTok come in, and then I'll come back to you. Yeah. Give me 1 second. TikTok, how are you, fam? Glad you were here yesterday. For the folks that weren't here, let's hear your perspective on what you thought about the pardon.
I was just gonna ask you what you thought about the pardon. Has anyone asked you yet?
No. And quite honestly, I'll answer it, but I kind of want to hear your perspective first, and stoke the conversation. But I definitely have an opinion. But go ahead.
Okay. As far as the pardon goes, I think depending on what side you're on, it's either favorable or bad. I think overall, if you're on the Democratic side, I think it really just gives the other side more ammo to, throw at you. But, and then also, I understand if you're a parent, you want to protect your kid, things like that. But it's like, do you put your kid before your political, career first, or do you put your political career before your kids? So I think that, overall, I'm not really mad at the pardon because, like I said, I think it just gives the other side, more reason and, to, keep their, have their fuel to use in the future. But
okay,
what do you think of the pardon?
I'm kind of I have mixed thoughts. On the one hand, this is his son who was used as a political football. I don't think anybody can deny that. So from that perspective, why wouldn't you pardon him? And I agree with what Asukar said and what Jamal said about, I do think Democrats get caught up in being the morality police oftentimes, right? And from that perspective, I think sometimes you got to play hardball, right? So from that perspective, I totally understand why he did it. On the other hand, it does open up Democrats that are going to be in the political system to some level of criticism from Republicans, because this is what Democrats have accused Donald Trump of. So from that perspective, it can be potentially dangerous for Democrats going forward. So that's kind of where I'm at. But it's an interesting discussion, man. So
okay. I was gonna ask, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. And I want to get
I was just gonna follow up by saying that I've heard a lot of people expressing this idea about Democrats like playing hardball. Do you think that do you think that works in the future? Do you think that carries them to more victories in the future, or do you think it just alienates the more Bernie Bros kind of morality department of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, I think sometimes you have to. So I think sometimes you have to play hardball because, what Democrats, or at least the Democrats, I think that are at least doing it for the right reasons, are going up against is a system that only understands hardball. Right? Like it only understands, it doesn't understand nice, if that makes sense. It doesn't understand playing by the rules. And so sometimes you just got to do the same thing in order to change it. So it may not be the most pleasant, but sometimes it's just what you got to do. So good question, man. Good question. Good conversation. Let me go to Mills. Mills, your thoughts on the Hunter Biden pardon? What do you think?
It's a no-brainer. My son, I'm going to pardon him. I don't care what nobody thinks. Simple as that. Because here we have a elect president got 34 felonies and he's not going to jail. I'm gonna speak for myself. I had one felony, now I did a 1 or 3, and then did a 3 to 6 for one felony, and this guy got 34 convictions. You understand what I'm saying? If he's not going to jail, why Hunter Biden got to go to jail? I'm sorry, simple as that. And I also know that if it was Trump's son, Trump would pardon his son right away, without a doubt. Simple as that.
Okay. Let's drop down to Jay Toda. And I do want folks who, again, if you disagree with the pardon, please feel free to request. Go ahead, Jay Toda. Your thoughts.
Yeah, so the thought that Trump would pardon his son or any family member, he could have did it and he did not. So I think the fact is Biden is the first president of the United States to ever pardon a family member. That's a fact. The one thing I think we're missing here too is that the pardon backdated to 14 again is an unconditional pardon, which not only protects Hunter in his dealings as a board member with Burisma, but it also protects all those involved. Those that were involved, based on multiple reports, was James Biden, that's Joe Biden's brother, and Joe Biden himself, who has been labeled the big guy in many types of formats. So I do appreciate your time giving me this floor. Thank you, brother.
No, don't leave. Don't leave. I just want to interrupt.
I'll stick around.
No, don't leave.
Yes.
Jared Kushner's father was pardoned when Trump was in office. You need to see, this is the problem with y'all. Y'all run y'all mouths. You don't know the half of the shit you talk about. Okay. You run your mouth. Jared Kushner's father was pardoned by Donald Trump. Get your facts straight. And I'm done. You're an idiot.
Family, immediate family,
total
wife,
idiot.
brother, son, immediate family. Thank you.
he would pardon his ass in a second. Didn't you see him smoking crap up on? He wasn't smoking, but he went in his pocket on stage the other day with him, Elon, and all them. He had drugs in his pocket. Are you serious? Y'all are y'all that blind and stupid to not know what is going on in front of your face? Y'all see the stuff, but y'all ignore it. Y'all ignore everything Donald Trump does that is wrong. And y'all just keep running y'all mouth about Democrats and what Democrats do. But you don't even take a second look at what Donald Trump does. Donald Trump is the lyingest, most misogynistic, nastiest person ever. He's not a good businessman. Y'all think, oh, he's a good businessman. This man filed bankruptcy 6 times. And do you know why he filed bankruptcy 6 times? Because he did not want to pay the workers that he had working for him. He did not want to pay the companies he had working for him to build his shit. So those companies went out of 136 businesses, lost their business or went under because of Donald Trump's raggedy ass. But y'all claim this man to be a good businessman. Trash, the ignorance and trash that I hear speak, and y'all don't even have a clue. And even if you do get the information, y'all too stupid to know that it's real. Y'all too stupid to even listen. They made Donald Trump look like he was rich. That man didn't even have. They showed him with a plane and a car and a helicopter and all this other stuff. He didn't have none of that stuff. They got a plane and they painted it. They painted his name on the side of it. Man didn't have shit. But y'all believe everything that comes out of this ignorant man's mouth. He's hiring pedophiles to run our country. RFK just went on TV and said, I did drugs in college. I did drugs in college to get through college. That's the kind of man we need leading the people we need leading our country. Y'all are delusional. Y'all are delusional as hell.
All right. Let me let. To be fair, let me let.
Sorry.
Thank you, let me let Jay respond to that. And again, I'm looking for a balanced panel. So again, if folks that disagree with the pardon decision, please feel free to request. Let me know if you're in the comments and you do disagree and you're in the request, I should say.
I think sticking.
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think again sticking to the topic at hand, which is the pardon, right? Put that same energy. If Trump did the same thing to his son, to Joe, that's all I'm saying. Same energy.
Okay. He would do it in a heartbeat.
He did not. Though.
He would.
He had 4 years.
To do what? Who
pardon
going to jail?
a direct
Which one of his sons is going to jail that he had to pardon? Tell me which one. Tell me which one.
Do you understand how pardons work?
I do.
Okay, so you don't have to be indicted, felony, convicted. You can actually protect someone. Let's just say, like you said, right? He had, I don't know, what did he have in his pocket, by the way? Was it cocaine?
It was some kind of drugs he was sniffing.
And
they talked about it constantly.
Got it. Who talked about it?
Everyone. You just look at the clip.
Okay,
that's all you gotta do is look at the clip.
So he had some type of drug. Okay, but he could have pardoned him, right? Anytime.
Pardon him for, you know what? When you say stupid stuff, it makes you look dumb, dumber as hell.
I agree.
Pardon him for what?
He can pardon him for anything.
For
anything.
What?
But he did it.
Real quick.
What?
Hold on, y'all. Let me jump in. So, hold on, Jay. Give me a second. So real quick, we just got to watch our TikTok friendly language. Okay. So number one, and then number two, let's just not personal insults, no personal insults, right? Just again, it's what gets a live flag. Okay. Please continue to tap the screen. Please continue to share out the live. Okay, it's very important. I love this discussion. It's passionate. It's strong.
Oh my God!
Exactly how we need to be talking. Okay, just want to put those parameters out there. Go ahead.
I just want to know what he would pardon him for. If he wanted a pardon or needed a pardon, dang Skippy, he's going to pardon his son. I don't care what you say. You could say Donald Trump pardoned a whole lot of other people that ain't his son. Pardon his like I said, his father, his son's father. He pardoned him right away. He wouldn't have a problem pardoning his son. Are you kidding? And the fact that you all, it amazes me how every time everyone speaks, any Republican speaks of Democrats, it's always we're wrong, we do things immoral, so on and so forth. But in
What happened?
She got flagged.
Yeah, I would have flagged her too.
No, but she was telling the
I think
truth.
it was.
I
I
agree
think it
with
was
her.
all cursing.
I agree with her. Donald Trump would
think that-
pardon his son anytime he won.
So she got
So
flagged.
it's-
Yeah, so it's
for cursing.
It was a TikTok friendly language, guys. So again,
Yes.
please make sure that we're and then Riri, I would see if you can appeal it. But again, it got flagged for that. So let's just be very careful with what we're saying. So it wasn't my decision, y'all. So don't be mad at me. But it got flagged. Okay.
So, Smitty, I have a question for, I guess, Mills, since he supports, I guess, the Democrats.
I'm an independent, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess then it doesn't really apply, but I would just want to say that in regards to talking about this, I'm not opposed to talking about Trump per se, but I think that it's important in the context of this pardon that we talk about Democrats because they're the party that most recently lost, and I don't think they're going to win anytime soon unless they can, address things like this. So what do you think about the idea that going forward, they might not win another election for who knows how many years just because,
I think the next
they're afraid
election
to.
they will win. I
I'm
think the
sorry?
next election they will win, and I'm hoping that guy from Pennsylvania, Shapiro. I think Shapiro should be the head of the Democrat Party. That's my personal opinion.
Josh Shapiro out of Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Okay. Let me let Scotty come in just to get Scotty's perspective. Scotty, what do you think about the pardon decision?
Hey man, thanks for the time. No, I honestly don't see the issue, right? If you're looking from a moral perspective, maybe a while back I would have had a different view. But I think earlier folks started talking about playing hardball growing up. And it's like you're going to protect, like in any circumstance, you're going to protect your family. You're going to protect those around you. I feel like what really makes me frustrated with conversations like this is that I feel like people who, and I was wishing that the other Jade Kodak, I was wishing he was still going to be here. But what makes this really difficult for in conversations like this is that people we're not being real, right? We're playing semantics. We're gaslighting. We're saying, well, it was a back pardon, and why ask the question of why he did this and this particular thing. And I'm just like, if it's selective outrage, right? If you're someone who's going to say, well, always follow the rules by the book, then it should always be that case for everybody. You can't pick and choose when this person does one thing that's nuanced and this other person does one thing that's nuanced to complain about it. Like, no, if you are a ethical person, then you're an ethical person on Monday, you're an ethical person on Tuesday. Your ethics don't go out the door in certain circumstances. And that's what makes it difficult for me, because it's like I'm listening and I'm just like, well, they're picking and choosing little pieces to say, well, we have to ask the question. And if Trump was in this position, he would have done this. I'm just like, well, look at all the things that he has done that aligns perfectly with this same type of thing. But because it's very nuanced and slightly different, then it's saying, well, it's not the same thing. And that's what I struggle, because no one's really being like, we're not being real about this thing. Like, we're not being straight up. And that's all I had to say.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that, Scotty. Appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Cruz. And Cruz, we had to mute you just real quick because you had some background noise. Let me see if I can. Okay, there we go. Now so let me send an invitation to you. So you have some background noise, Cruz. Cruz, your thoughts.
Sorry about the background noise. I'm driving.
Oh, you good, fam? Go ahead. What's your thoughts on?
Real quick. Well, the pardon on Biden, Biden pardoning his son, it's natural for a father to protect his son. I understand that. And just to be clear, I am a Republican. I'm a conservative, and I totally understand why Biden would pardon his son. But my question is, everybody's so laid back about it, and he did have criminal offenses, and everybody's laid back about it. My question to everybody, every liberal out there, is, will you be laid back about it if Trump were to pardon the J6 people? Because they committed crimes as well. And if he pardons them...
That was a coup.
That wasn't a coup. No, that wasn't a coup. First of all,
government and want to take the government over, that's a coup. People get killed. In
no, it's not.
For that.
Nobody was trying to take the government over. You guys need to really research on your own and stop listening to the mainstream media on what they tell you to listen to. Research on your own, because
Biden. The hall, he said, "Let's form a government." I seen it and heard it in my own ears. The guy got in the hall and said, "Let's form a government." And so, what is that? The man want to form a new government. Is that not a coup?
No. Well, what about when Obama said we're going to fundamentally change the country? Isn't that a coup? What fundamentals of this country need to be changed? I'm just saying. And Trump clearly said.
Anybody have
Trump
guns?
clearly. Trump. Nobody. Nobody had guns there. The only ones who had guns there were the Capitol Police. They were the only ones who had guns there on that day.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on, real quick.
And that's easily searchable.
Hold on. Let me jump in real quick. Again, we got to be careful with the language. Okay, we already saw what happened with Riri. Okay, and I really appreciate it. So let's be very careful with the language. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you get Cruz. Let me get Mills' response, and then I want to jump up to Melody. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I respect your platform, but I'm gonna finish that him talk. That's all. I'm just gonna listen now.
Okay. All right. Let me go up to Melanie. And Cruz, I'm gonna mute you just because you got a lot of background noise. But then we'll
Sure.
Okay. All right. Melanie, your opening thoughts.
What you guys talking about? I'm sorry. That's anything about the pardon?
Amen. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are you talking about my thoughts about what he did to his son?
The pardon, yes, the pardon. What's your thoughts on the pardon?
I think my opinion is they should have left him alone in the first place. And then he did good because blood is thicker than water, and that's the only son he has left because the other one passed away. This is my opinion. And he's a private citizen. They should have left him alone. He did not work for government. And that's my, if you guys want to disagree with me, you can.
No? Okay.
But
you feel the pardon was justified?
Huh?
You feel like the pardon was justified then?
Yeah, I think it's great because they shouldn't be picking on him in the first place because he wasn't working for government. Just because he's the president's son doesn't mean you don't have to pick up a family member. I mean, that's his private thing, what he did. If he was in government, did what he did, yes, I would. I'm not gonna worship him, put him in jail if he was working in government, what he did. So I'll land my plane. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Melanie.
So host, can I? So I want to just touch on something that Cruz said, and I think he just proved my exact point of what I was talking about a second ago. Right, as he mentioned the J6 thing, he said if Trump was a part of the J6 folks, would people have the same energy? And literally, he just negated all of the actions that they did. He's saying there were no pew-pews there or no weapons, a whole bunch of things that was completely false. but he said that to basically smooth over to say, well, it's not the same thing. And this is what I'm talking about. It's people we're not being honest. We're not being real. Those people attacked federal employees.
Thank you.
they attack federal employees, and you can't tell me it didn't happen because when have personal connections with stuff, you kind of know what's real and what's not. They attack people, but yet you're trying to smooth over and say, well, this didn't really happen, and and then you're kind of doing this misdirection thing and pointing it back to kind of the Biden situation. And I was like, this is not being real. I can have a conversation with anybody, but if you're going to not be honest and real about what we're talking about, it becomes very difficult. Is what I'm saying. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Scotty. Hey, Cruz, you want to respond to that? He mentioned your comment, so I want to give you an opportunity, Cruz, if you want to respond.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know if it's me or everybody was breaking up. So I really couldn't.
Oh yeah, looks like you're in a bad area. You got a signal issue.
I'm not blaming Biden at all for his son. He did what anyone would have done knowing his son.
Hey, Cruz.
What I'm saying is that
I'm going to mute you real quick just because I don't think you can hear.
Someone to cry.
Yeah, Cruz, you're in a bad area.
Yeah, I'm not that it happened.
So hold on, Cruz. Cruz, real quick. Cruz. That Cruz. They were on the rest for no reason, just for and those people, those are the ones that really need to be pardoned. That's all I'm saying. And they got to keep the same energy if Trump decides to pardon those people. And even he said that day, march peacefully and patriotically. He never said anything out of the ordinary. And everybody all the media outlets omit that piece when he said march peacefully and patriotically. Nobody ever talks about that part. They all talk about we're going to march down to the Capitol, and then that happened, and they say it's Trump's fault.
They did not.
But what I'm saying is,
they did not, though.
Biden's pardon on his son, I probably would have done the same thing. If I knew my son, my grown son, had drug issues and legal issues, I'd pardon him too. He's my son. He's my blood. He's my flesh and blood. The light of my eyes. I would have pardoned him as well. I'm not blaming Biden for doing that. He would have, he did what any father would have done. But I'm just saying that to keep the same energy if Trump does the same thing. Be the laid back, okay, well, it's fine.
No, he said he was going to do it anyway. You don't remember the interview? He said he's going to pardon them?
No, he didn't. All the interviews, Dave, you can look for it. Just scroll on TikTok. There are a bunch of videos of people asking.
No. I'm talking about Trump. No, I understand. You're 100% right on that. But what I'm saying is, Trump said he will pardon the J6 guy. What do you call them? The hostages. That's what he called them. He said he will pardon them. So
real quick, fam. Let me just jump in because this Cruz is showing that you're muted, but I'm able to hear you. So can you guys hear Cruz speak? And Cruz, you're also kind of in a bad cell area, cutting in and out too as well. Real quick. I think Melanie. Okay, no, you can't. You can't hear Cruz. Hey, Cruz, I'm gonna drop you if you want to come back up.
I don't have a
re-request.
So I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm gonna drop you just because it's having some issues with the live. So Cruz, if you want to come back up, Cruz, just re-request. Melanie, do you want to jump in? And again, I do want folks who are opposed to the pardon to request. So if you're in the request and you're opposed to the pardon, let me know in the comments. Go ahead, Melanie.
I just want to go back to the J6 when he said protest peacefully. He also said fight like hell. Now nobody did anybody hear him say that?
Okay. I wanted Cruz to respond to that, but he's not here.
Okay.
I guess I'll take Cruz's place if you want to.
And then we'll go to praying. TikTok.
No, I'm sorry, Melanie. What was your question?
Cruz said that Trump said, go march. Sorry, sometimes I get trained. Sometimes I stutter. He said that when Trump said, go, what did he say again? I'm sorry.
March peacefully.
He said
yes,
it's his son, and he can go ahead and do what he wants.
And he said, fight like hell. That's what he said, Trump.
Let's let TikTok user respond. Go ahead, TikTok user. You want to respond to that?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I don't. Like I said, in the court of law, you'd have to prove intent. Trump kind of speaks colloquially. I'm not going to defend everything he says, but that's not really an indication of what transpired on J6. That's all I would say.
Okay. All right. Let me go up to Praying. Praying. What's your opening thoughts on
the whole government is corrupted. The industry is corrupted, and there's nothing we can do about it. They can do what they want, and they're showing us that right now.
Okay.
You go get your son out of jail, and he got all these charges on him. There's people that's locked up that got one charge on them, and they're in there for years. So they can do what they want. It doesn't matter what we say. We just living here and going by day to day saying, what next, master? What next, master? Because there's nothing we can do about it. And they're showing it to us. We got Trump in there. He got all his felonies, and I guess they're all excused now. We got so much stuff happening in this world. There's nothing we could do about it. We just sitting back and we watch. We talk about it, but we do nothing about it. We can't just protest. We have to stop where it hits their pockets. We spend money. We go buy Nikes. We go buy the best cell phones. We go buy the best TVs, the best cars, the best purses. We just keep putting money in their pocket, the industry and the government.
Okay. I don't think you're gonna find much opposition to that point. I don't think. Let me go back down to let me go to Mills. Mills, how do you feel about when folks will say, "Hey, you know what? Biden has just done what folks have accused Donald Trump of doing, and with the nepotism and all that good stuff." What would your response be to that?
Oh well. Simple as that. Oh well.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. It doesn't have to be a long response. All right.
Yeah, like that's what he says. Oh, well, because there's nothing we could do about it. Someone has said Nikes won't hit their pocket, but we pay taxes. And, nobody understands how taxes work. We don't have to pay taxes. They have no money to work with if we're not paying taxes.
Okay. All right. Real quick, let me go up to David. David said you were opposed to the pardon. Talk to me about your perspective.
Yeah, I'm opposed to it. I think that on the left you see a lot of fear mongering. Trump's going to pardon Giuliani. He's going to pardon himself. He's going to do this and that, and he doesn't do those things. And then we watch the Democrats, pardon their own family members, and nobody bats an eye at it. They're like, oh, whatever. But I know that the day that Trump pardons himself for all the crimes he's committed, people are going to lose their minds. So what would be the difference in Trump pardoning himself and Hunter Biden pardoning his own family members? It's the same thing, is it not?
Okay. Who wants to take that one? Gotti, you want to take that one?
Sure. I mean, like I said, a couple of years ago, I probably would have agreed with your statement, right? Like, if you're an honest person, if you're a noble person, then you're going to be a noble person any day of the week. However, you can see right now, and over Trump's last term, you can see kind of what he's done. Just because it's not in the way of a direct pardon, you can still see the things that he's done. Like, look at the cabinet he's selecting. Why do you think he's selecting these cabinet members? It's all under the same guise of, okay, well, once this term starts, there's going to be a lot of things being put into place to protect himself and those that have pockets similar to his, right? From future, like in NC, for example, in North Carolina, they literally just they revamped the power that the governor would actually have, because there's now going to be a Democratic governor, and even though Trump won, so they're going to basically go in and take away the power that the new governor will have in the next term. Like, if you look around there's a lot of other things that's not a direct pardon that's under the same thing. So people are saying, well, Trump didn't do it. There's a lot of stuff he did do that falls into the same line. So as that goes back to what I'm saying, like, people aren't being real. You're being disingenuous to if you look at the body of work and say, well, no, Trump hasn't done anything like that. That's not real.
Okay. David, your response, and we'll go to True Line next after you. Go ahead, David.
Yes, my question would be the people that think that this pardon is just for the form and lying on the form is completely false. Because if it was, then he would have only pardoned his son for a few months or for one action, but he pardoned his son for 10 years. So what else happened in that 10 years that he's getting a full pardon from? So there's it's all smoke and mirrors.
Okay.
I see that is protection, and I'm not even going to go on the stand of saying yes, this is what should happen. But he's protecting his son because he knows his son has been used as a political pawn. He's been a target. Like, his son we shouldn't even be talking about his son right now, right? But he's been used numerous times. So he's like, well, I'm just going to make sure that whatever they try to manifest or whatever they try to do in the future, he's protected from. Like I said, we can get into the whole, is that the noble thing, honest thing to do, whatever, we can do that. But like I said, that's not a real conversation folks want to have, because if we really look at it, that's not happening.
Let me kick it up. Thank you for that, Scotty. Let me kick it up to True Line. True Line, how are you? Hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts on this pardon situation?
I think that I've never seen anything like this before. Meaning, I've seen pardons before,
but not a pardon where you can actually hop into your what is it called? Your time machine and then go back in the past and then fast forward to December 2024 of the first and absolve everything that he's done. I've never seen anything like this. This is nasty work. Regardless of this being his son, I don't care about that. At the end of the day, he said that he wasn't going to pardon his son on certain issues, and he did. So that doesn't make any sense to me. And when people try to explain it, I'm still like, okay, Billy stole something out the store, and now you're trying to make it seem right what Billy did. No, Billy did wrong. Billy needs to, justice needs to be served. Also, I came in on the tail end what the brother was saying as far as Trump putting in these parameters, saying that he's protecting himself. By the time he takes office, and I've said this before, and the chips are falling, and they're falling really fast, it looks like he won't be held accountable for anything, Trump, as far as like all these cases that have been brought up on him. So when we talk about these things, how is he protecting himself when he's going to be absolved for anything? Trump's going to be absolved for anything that he's been brought up on. They giving him back his money. He has his money. So by the time he takes the office, he'll be clean cut. So how is he protecting himself? Where's the protection coming from by the time he takes office? How will he be protected if he's going to be squeaky clean?
Okay. Go ahead. I want to, Mills, open up your opportunities to respond. You want to respond to that, Mills?
Well, no, I want to do some more listening. You know what I'm saying? I want to let things go to my mind before I speak. I want to, you know what I'm saying? Let things.
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
I want to add just one more thing, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead to that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that overall, I think is this the first time a presidential person has pardoned their family member? Do you know, Scotty? I'm Smitty. Do you know?
I believe it is.
Yeah, so this is why I think overall it's bad, because if it's the first time, if it's unprecedented, then that kind of just opens the floodgates. I think short term, it's good, protect your son. I think long term, I think it kind of opens the gateway for any of those kind of things to happen. So that's why I overall feel it's bad. But anyways, I'm going to drop. You guys can fill my spot. Thank you.
Thank you, TikTok user.
I think it's bad when you got 34 felony conviction and don't go to jail. I think it's bad. Trump ain't going to jail. He's not being held accountable for anything he did. I think it's bad. And he's going to pardon himself. After he got convicted, he's going to pardon himself.
No, Mills. Like I said before, he's not going to pardon himself. I'm telling you right now. If you looked at, I forgot the prosecutor who brought these cases against him. He actually dropped one of the cases the day he said he was stepping down. I think this was
true. You're right. True.
So we have to put things in the proper perspective. He's not going to pardon himself. We already seen special counsel. The counsel came out and said, "Look, we're dropping the charges against him by the end of December." He stated this. I forgot the prosecutor's name, but he said
it's Smith, right? I know you're talking about.
Yeah, he said by the end of December we're done, and then he's going to resign. Remember, Trump said he will fire him when he takes office. He ain't got to do that because the dude said, "I'm resigning. I'm done." So by the time Trump takes off, he's going to be absolved of all this. So you guys have to literally sit down and look at, do your research on this. Yeah, he had 34 convictions. I get that, but again, I keep repeating myself. And I put out a post on this. You guys keep bringing up the 34 convictions, and you're not listening to what I'm saying, and you're not doing your research either. When you look up what has been said, when you look at the prosecutor who said we're dropping the charges, you have to go back and say, okay, there are not 34 charges.
I'm talking about New York State charges.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is by the time he takes office, this stuff will be gone, bro.
I agree with you on that. I'm not down on that. But the point is, he should be held accountable for it.
He should be held accountable, but why are these attorneys dropping these charges now? I get what you're saying.
That's what I'm confused about also. I guess because he's going to be the president.
You know why?
When you're the president, you're not charged.
No. You know why? Because a lot of these charges were bullshit.
No, he still got convicted regardless of bullshit or not. He got convicted.
If you go back and so what I tell people, stop listening to what these media say, the media outlets say. Sit down, Google's free, and then do your research. And then you'll open up like, okay, this shit doesn't make any sense. None of this shit makes any sense, bro. If we literally sit down and we do the research and we read up on these things, I get what you guys are saying. I do. I really do. What I'm saying is, and I'm playing devil's advocate, sit down and research this stuff. And when you sit down, you research, you like, this shit don't make no sense. It doesn't.
Okay. So real quick, let me let Mike weigh in. Mike, what are your thoughts on the pardon and what you heard on the panel?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good.
So my first perspective is this: you can't. It's very hypocritical to, in one hand, to say Biden pardoned his son, and then Trump pardoned his boys, and it doesn't really matter anymore. Like, he just did the same thing Trump did. That's just the same thing. And when it comes to the different cases Trump has, say from the courts of law, whatever it is, right? Trump was convicted. End of story. Whether he had some cases that were thrown out or whatever it is, he was convicted. But he's gonna come into power, and that's what's on ground. So there's nothing really they can change about it. The only thing that can happen is if he comes into power, he's obviously not going to be prosecuted. There is no president who's going to be taken to the courts of law and then, given a whole lot of problems for that. So yeah, so this is a non-issue. Honestly, that's what I think. It's a non-issue.
Okay. All right. David, you want to jump in? Go ahead.
Yeah, the issue for me is, a pardon and what a pardon is supposed to be used for is just an abuse of that, right? So you have thousands and thousands of people across the country that are in jail for crimes that they may or may not have committed, or ones that were legal at the time but maybe aren't now. There's plenty of states where use of the wacky tobacco is now legal, but there's still people in jail because they did that stuff 5-10 years ago. And those people are the cases that the president needs to be looked at. So instead of using his power for what it should be, he's spending his time trying to take care of his own family, and I think that's what is shameful, is that it's just an abuse of that power. And if it's solely based off the fact that, he believes the son was politically targeted, well, that's Trump's whole presidency. Even before he became a president, his very first term, they started attacking him and investigating and putting him up on charges. So everything that's been happening, for the most part, has been a political push. Whether it be true or not, hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money is being spent to the lawyers and to the prosecutors and to get Trump convicted and put in jail. That's the sole focus of the Democrats. You can look back 8-10 years, that's all they care about is how do we put this guy in jail? We don't like this guy because he's going to change the system. And that's what he's doing. He's putting people...
David, if I could chip in for a second, you could make that case. You could make the case that, okay, yeah, Trump, Democrats were after Trump, but the man was convicted. Like, that's a fact. So you can... If it's a fact, then we have to move on from the simple thing of him Biden pardoning his son. Because Biden pardoning his son is just the same thing Trump did. He was pardoning his boys the whole time in his first term, and no one said anything about it. So we can't make a big deal out of it.
What did he pardon his sons for?
No, was pardoning his boys. He did not pardon his son.
You said his boys, so who are
the sheriff? Let me ask you, the sheriff from New Mexico, Apio, is called Apiro. Google him.
Apio.
Yeah, he pardoned him, right? Wasn't he convicted? So what I'm saying is, I get it. What Biden is doing is not the greatest thing, true, but it's in the same breath. You can't, for somebody who has been doing it, you can't just wake up and say, "Oh, now it's a terrible thing."
No, we're not.
Yes, you've been doing the same thing the whole time.
So what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying about pardoning. Okay, it's his son. I don't care. At the end of the day, what I'm saying is, I've never seen a president pardon someone based on something that happened in 2014 up until current time. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Okay.
People get
I'm not
convicted
gonna
for
argue. I'm not gonna
various
argue.
reasons,
I
right?
don't-
I agree with that.
Son, daughter, whatever. But now let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Your son is involved in. Let's say your son is involved in insider trading.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And now you're opening up the floodgates to some shit that shouldn't be open. You're opening up a can of worms. This is Pandora's box.
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter what case, what crime they committed. What matters is they get pardoned. So it's in the same breath. It's the same thing Trump did. Like all I'm saying is, call a spade a spade. You can't say Trump did this, but just because this guy is doing it because of the case that the son is being convicted upon, now we're going to change the goalposts. We're going to say, oh no, that's so terrible. No, you can't. It's the same thing, same procedure. He still went to the court of law, just like all the Trump's friends. They got convicted. He gave them a pardon, and it's okay. We have to just let it go.
Can you tell me a time where a president? Can you tell me a time where a president pardoned someone for crimes they did 10 years ago?
Again, like I've stated, it doesn't really matter whether you did it today, you did it 50 years ago, 1,000 years ago. Yeah. What matters is they committed a crime and they got convicted. And after getting convicted, they are pardoned. That's it. Right? That's the procedure.
Did you read the statement? Did you go on WhiteHouse.gov?
The statement doesn't matter. What matters is he pardoned his son. That's it. End of story, right?
No. Did you go on the website and you read what Joe Biden put? Did you read the ignorant?
Yes, he made complaints about basically the judiciary system being politicized. That has been before even Joe Biden came into power. Trump politicized the system, so you can't make a case of somebody. Trump has done this for the last 4 years he was in power. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to nitpick and say that, oh, we are doing Trump has been doing you're trying to nitpick and put things out as if that Trump didn't do this.
Nobody's nitpicking. What I'm saying is, again, I asked you a question. Yes. Have you ever seen this before where you're literally a blanket pardon from 2014 up until now? That's not nitpicking. I've never seen anything like that.
Neither have I ever seen a president convicted for 34 crimes. So you can't come up and say, "Oh, you've never seen this." Like you can't. At the end of the day, he has been convicted. And do you really think that? No, what I'm trying to say is, you can't use you can't choose and pick when facts suit you, or like when you want to use facts. Oh, these facts. This is 5 years.
I'm asking you a question, and you keep
asking a question with the context matters. You can't just ask a question without context. You have to understand that the context will count.
I'm asking you a question.
Yes.
And you're saying it doesn't matter.
Real quick, y'all. Hey,
I think you muted yourself or something. I'm not hearing you.
Real quick, y'all. Hold on, real quick. I gotta drop and come back. So if y'all can come back, I'm gonna let everybody up. I just got reset the live. I'll be right back.
Where you going? Oh no.
I'll be back. Don't worry. I'm gonna reset it. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. So follow me if you're not following. Kind of reflections, maybe change of opinion, or if you want to. Last night's live, Rosanna, how are you? Last night's live was about the part as well, and I thought Rax's perspective on it was very nuanced, very interesting. So for folks that weren't here last night, Rax, if you don't mind, fam, sharing how you felt about the pardon.
Hey, good morning, brother. Hey, everybody. Not much has changed after sleeping on it. I do think that I kind of am understanding where Biden is coming from more. I still don't necessarily think it was the right decision, only because these type of things can easily filibuster. It's almost like when the Democrats originally wanted to end the filibuster in order to get like some legislation that would have normally gotten blocked through. But the way that can backfire, because then when the Republicans are in charge, if there's no filibuster, they can get what they want passed through. And so I think, if Biden pardoned his son, I think that it's just going to allow Trump to do what he was planning to do already, but without any type of fight. He can literally do whatever he wants in terms of pardoning. And I think that it really kind of, I understand pardoning is supposed to be a check on the judicial branch, but I don't think it should be like you should use it for your family. I think it is kind of an abuse of presidential power.
Okay. Thank you, fam. Let's go to David. David, I know you were here before, but just opening thoughts again.
Yeah, just real quick, and maybe I can help clarify this. The pardon of the one charge, the lying on the form, that's really not a big deal. Like I get it, like abuse of power for his kid, he's going to go that way, like fine, whatever. But that's not really that bad of a charge. And I understand a pardon on that. The thing that irks me though is timing and kind of the future, right? So when you pardon somebody for 10 years, right? My question would be like, what are you afraid that's going to come out that has happened in those 10 years that you're going to try to cover your kid for? And so it kind of gives light to, every single time that the Republicans come up with these, conspiracy theories, as the left calls them, and then they happen to be true, it gives cannon fodder to the Republicans with more of their, conspiracy theories, right? So it gives cannon fodder to the fact that there probably is some truths coming out about, Joe Biden selling his name through his kid. And if that was to be true, then you can no longer hold, Hunter Biden accountable for money laundering and all the other things that he may or may not have done. And that's why the 10-year coverage of the pardon is what is so despicable to me. Not just the pardon of that one lying on the form charge. Like, who gives a shit about that? But the 10-year gap is what we should be talking about.
Okay. Fair enough. Let me go to Corey. Sister, how are you, fam? Hope you're doing well. Your thoughts on this?
How are you? I hope you're well.
Good. What do you think?
Yeah, so just like last night, I'm still having some mixed feelings. Just for those like who don't know, I did vote for Biden, and then I did vote for Harris. However, I think it's important that we still like remain objective and critical, and that's why like I was a little upset to see how attacked Rack Scott last night, because like there's not a single thing that she said that I disagreed with last night. I think that in everybody calling anybody being critical of anything that a Democrat or the DNC does, I don't think it's fair to immediately call them MAGA then, right? So yeah, I see on one hand, it's like Trump did pardon so many people. Like we can't put it past him to pardon his friends, to utilize that tool for corrupt purposes. But does that mean that we should be okay with Democrats doing it just because Trump does it? And I don't think so. I think it does highlight some of like the nepotism and like abuse of power that can happen. But at the same time, like if I was in that position and that was my kid, I mean, who knows? I would probably grant the pardon too. You know what I'm saying? So if you can, you can. But I think we have to hold a certain standard of what is appropriate and what is not, because then when we do judge MAGA for the horrible things that they're going to be doing these next several years, they're going to say, well, Hunter Biden, well, the pardon, well, Joe Biden, and it just deflects. So I don't know, with his last weeks in office, I just don't think it was something that should have been on the top of his priority list, considering everything like we as Americans are facing and like how scary things are about to get for so many people.
Okay. Thank you, fam, for that. Let me go to Mills. Mills, opening comment, and then we'll go to Scotty. And we lost David. I do want to get somebody, at least one, if not two folks who disagree with the pardon, who are more so, I would say, Trump supporters, or again, if you just disagree with the pardon at all. Go ahead, Mills, your thoughts. Actually, we may have to unmute him. Let's go. All right, there we go, Mills. Your thoughts on Scotty.
No, but somebody voiced their opinion. Ask them a question. If that was your child, would you pardon them? Yes or no? Simple as that. And then they could go on with their statement.
Okay.
Well, wait a second. If that was to me, like I did say, like if that was me and that was my child, oh yeah, I would. No, I'm not going to say that it's ethical. I'm not going to say that it's not nepotism. But I absolutely, as a mother, I absolutely would for my child.
That wasn't meant towards you any type of way.
No, of course. Listen, that is what I was stuck on last night, because Smitty held a live about it last night, and a lot of people said, like, what if that was your child? If that was my child, I'm pardoning my child. But at the same time, right? So that's as a mother, that's as a parent, right? Yep. But as a politician, right, as a leader of the quote unquote free world, going into we're about to go into a very scary period of American history, and I think every single action made right now has to be thoroughly thought through on what it means for everybody.
And I think, a lot of people would do a lot of unethical things to protect their children. So the matter of ethics when it comes to parenting, like, parents will do anything to protect their children, anything. I think that's just like kind of a biological, like evolutionary programming and wiring of parents is to do anything to protect their offspring. It's evolutionary, even animals do it. But I think, what we're having a hard time with, at least I'm having a hard time with grappling, is originally, if it was just from 2019 to now, like it was the firearm thing and the drugs thing, then I wouldn't have really had a problem with it. But what's making me look twice at it, you guys, and I really want us to consider this, is the Republicans for a very long time have been suggesting that there has been some shady dealings in Ukraine dating back to 2014, okay, when Joe Biden was the vice president. And the Democrats suggested no, and they suggested the laptop was all Russian disinformation. It turned out not to be disinformation, by the way. And so now that this pardon is a blanket for anything that could have happened between 2014 and yesterday, that's over 11 years, it does kind of make you look twice at it. It does make you look twice, because why is it that Joe Biden didn't just blanket the pardon from 2020 to now? Why is it that he had to extend the blanket pardon all the way back to 2014 when all of these things with Ukraine were happening? We know there was a coup in Ukraine at that time. We don't know the extent to what America was involved in it, of course, but there was a lot of corrupt stuff going on in Ukraine at that time. That's part of the reason why Obama couldn't send them essentially nukes to fight back Russia after the invasion of Crimea. And so it gives you cannon fodder. It gives the Republicans cannon fodder to say, see, they are corrupt. And it doesn't make them look good. So it does make me think twice about what they've been up to in Ukraine.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Scotty. Scotty, for the folks that weren't here, your opening thoughts. And again, I am looking for folks who are not supportive of this pardon, who, feel that it sets a bad precedent, whatever it may be. So just looking for folks who don't agree for these last two slots. If you don't agree with the pardon, go ahead, and you're in the request, let me know. Go ahead, Scotty.
So I actually agree with Rax. Is that how you say it? Mm-hmm. I actually agree with what she just said, right? It does make you, the length of the pardon does make you look at, like, kind of, squint your eyes a little bit. However, you could also think of it from the perspective of, if you already know that these, your political opponents have been claiming something for a certain period of time within a threshold, then it would make sense to me if I'm going to make this pardon, which is already going to be met with a bunch of mixed opinions, which I'm sure he's not stupid. They realize that, right? He said, I'm already going to get attacked for this anyways. So if I'm going to do this, I'm going to make sure that my son is protected, right? But I can completely understand the optics of it, and it's going to give people more fuel to say, well, see, they were doing something, they were up to no good, or whatever, and I'm not going to go too deep into, the whole ethical aspect, because, unfortunately, like, the world is based off of, a lot of these positions are based off of you get the discretion, right? In any official capacity, whether you're like an officer, you have any type of role where you're over people, you get discretion to decide on how to apply certain things. That's just one of the privileges of being in that office or being in any type of official capacity, right? Right, wrong, or indifferent. That's just that's one of the benefits. So I think that's just what it's going to be, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you for that, Scotty. Let's go to Heath. Heath, your opening thoughts. I think we might have to unmute you real quick. You had some background noise. Your thoughts on this pardon?
Thanks for letting me up. I'm not surprised about the pardon, because I said from the jump that he was going to pardon him. But my thing with the whole situation is the lying that Democrats constantly do. They always lie. You knew from the jump that's your son. Why say, I'm not going to pardon my son? You knew when you said those words you were lying. Why say that? Why tell people for over 6-7 months now, I'm not going to pardon my son? No matter what, I'm going to hold to what is going on and what the courts say. You knew when it came out of your mouth you were lying. For one, Jill was not going to let you not pardon your son. Because she's basically been running the country since you've been doing whatever you've been doing. So she was going to make sure you pardon him before. But all they do is lie, just like they've been lying about him not having all of his senses and being so aware and being so alert. He's the most alert president in history. He's ready for anything. All Democrats do is lie, and then they present this front of, hey, this person over here, Trump is going to do this, this, and this, and this, but they are the ones actually doing everything that they say he's going to do. So my main thing about the pardon is, why lie from day one when you knew you was going to pardon him?
All right. Let me just drop it back down to Scotty, and then give me a second for y'all, for those in the request. I'm gonna let the last box up in a second. Give me a second. Let me let Scotty respond. Scotty, you respond to Heat.
Yeah. No problem. Thank you. So honestly, this is my perspective. You can agree or disagree. I don't think he said that with the intention of going back on that. I feel like when he said that, that was his plan, to not do that. I feel like seeing how things have played out and seeing some of the things that are starting to get rolled out from the Trump side, I think he's protecting his son from potential retaliation, which has already been, like, he's already claimed that's what he's going to do.
He was going to do it from day one. He was going to do it from day one.
So can I finish? Because I didn't interrupt you at all. Thank you. So what I'm saying is, I feel like when he said this, that was his plan. However, when things start to change and the political landscape starts to change and people start making certain threats or planning to do certain actions, then you will adjust with what's happening around you. I can walk into a store and say I'm going to get this thing, but when I get into that store and I see some other things and I see some other stuff happening, I may change what I go into that store to get, or what I end up getting from that store, rather. So I think that's being real. Once again, you probably weren't here when I was talking earlier. I feel like it's disingenuous to say some of the stuff you're saying. You're saying they lie. Every politicians lie, period. Like, stop picking and choosing, saying, oh, only the Democrats lie. No, that's not true. Everybody lies. If you're a politician, you've lied before. That's part of the landscape. Look at all these political campaigns. Half of them are lies because that's what they do. That's how people get elected. So, like, harping on that point doesn't make any sense to me. I gave my perspective of saying I don't think that was his intention. I think his intention was, okay, I'm not going to pardon him. I'm going to let the political system play out. However, saying how things altered and how things changed, he then changed as well. And then I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
Listen, I done heard. Wait, one second.
The new panelists win. Go ahead.
One second. I've been listening to everybody talk. Different people saying the difference, what they think. But what I'm saying is, yes, he was going to do it from jump because that is his son. I don't care about no political landscape changing and all that. From day one, he was going to pardon his son because he knew if he didn't pardon his son, all his crap was going to come out. From day one, he was going to pardon Hunter Biden. No way around it because that is his son. He was not letting his son go to prison.
So why
I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say about a political landscape changing. They knew they was not going to beat Trump. They knew that from day one. They put Kamala Harris up just to get slaughtered. Biden was against her. Obama was against her. They put her up to get her next. She was getting slaughtered.
Okay, so real quick, let me let the new panelists weigh in. Let's go to Sammy, and then let's go to Nikki. Sammy, welcome. Thank you, fam. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts on the pardon?
Hey, doing well. So I'm not particularly bothered by the fact that he got pardoned. I mean, I do think it is a bit of nepotism, as another panelist has said, like the just feeling like, hey, this doesn't seem like the right thing to do. But it's more the fact of, okay, you're willing to do something now that, you know, most people are like, oh, this is not the right thing to do. And yet you couldn't try to test the legal boundaries and other presidential powers when, you know, after the Supreme Court had ruled and said, well, the president has some immunity when performing his job functions. And so I think a great way of being able to, okay, let's let's test it. The fact that, Trump got his ruling and he can still run for presidency when everybody, I grew up going to school being told, like, no, if you get charged with a felony, you cannot run for office anymore. Mm-hmm. So apparently all these things that we thought were truths are not so anymore. And we need to test our judicial system. And so I'm like, hey, we had all these different things happen. I would like to see him test the judicial system. He's willing to go through and do this. Okay. You could have tested it for Marcellus Williams. As president, you're not allowed to issue pardons at a state level. We'll try to figure out how to. Go ahead and do it. Try to step in the National Guard or something. Figure it out. Start testing it. What is the actual extent? And then that also gets us prepared for knowing what it is Trump's going to do when he's coming into office. Because he's going to break laws. He's going to stretch out the laws. Yes. I want to see him do more. Come on. All right. You want to pardon your son? All right, fine. You can have that one little thing. Keep going. We need to test this out. If you really care for the American people and not just yourself and your own ego, help us out. Test these other areas that we're really concerned about.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sammy. Let's go up to Nikki, and then we're going to rebalance the panel here in a second. But I want to let Nikki up. Please continue to tap the screen, by the way, before Nikki gets started. We're at about 6,000 likes. Please share out the live. I think we've had 2 good discussions on this topic. We want to keep that fruitful discussion going and continuing. So please continue to share out the live, tap the screen, so folks can come in and view. I think it's a very impactful discussion. Nikki, fam, your thoughts on this pardon?
I'm actually not surprised that it happened for this particular reason. And this is when I listen to some of the hypocrisy from some people talking about the lying, etc. Because one of the things that he said, he was not going to interfere in the whole process. However, we're forgetting that we now have Trump coming into office. If it had been Kamala, chances are he would not have pardoned his son. And I'm going the same way some of y'all up here are assuming that you know more. That's what I'm assuming that Biden is lying. Anyhow, we have a man who is now president-elect who has made it a pillar through hundreds of his speeches and his everything that he has done and his campaign stops for actually 726 days. That man spoke about going after Joe Biden and going after his son. He was hell-bent, along with the Congress, to find a way, because there's a saying that if you can't catch Kwaku, you catch him shut. So if you can't get Joe Biden, you try to find another way to hurt this man through his son. He's protecting his son from the retaliation and retribution that this man wants to mete out on the Biden family. Because remember, it's been the Biden crime family. No evidence of that. Joe Biden's gotten this. James Comer is on it. All of these things that they plan on trying to do everything to destroy this family. While speaking with forked tongue, that this man pardoned his son-in-law's father, who was imprisoned for embezzlement in hundreds of millions of dollars. So if he pardoned his own son-in-law's father and now made him an ambassador on top of that, why is it now supposedly hypocrisy and Biden lying, protecting his son from a man who says, I will go after your son? As a parent, I can see him doing that. And that is because we have people in this country that looked on a felon and said, it's okay. That wasn't a deal breaker. The same felon who on the campaign trail said he is going to pardon everybody that went into Congress, wiped feces on the walls, broke stuff, stole congressional papers. He's going to pardon that. He has said that for the same 726 days he was on the campaign trail. But everybody wants to be up in arms for a man who says, I'm going to protect my son from a man who said that he's going to go after him, to put him in jail.
Real quick, fam, let me let, since I think Heath is the only one that's against, let me just let Heath respond to that. Heath, do you have a response to that? And then I'm going to rebalance the panel in a second. Would you like to respond to what Nikki said?
Yes, like I said from the start, It's not about that he pardoned his son. Anybody with a right frame of mind would pardon their own kid.
So what's the problem?
The thing is, he lied when he knew he was going to pardon his son. From day one, he said, no, I will not interfere. I will not pardon my son. Then he had his curly-haired press secretary say it every week for the last 8 months. He's not going to pardon his son. No, he's not going to pardon his son. No, he's not going to pardon his son.
So real quick,
let me say something real quick on that. Real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick, less than 30 seconds. This is what I talk about when somebody decides to run, to make the assumption, the same way he made the assumption that this man has lied. If he didn't interfere in the judicial process, he never interfered. He took a step back and he said, if he did it, let him go through the process. How dare you make the assumption that he lied from the very beginning? Especially when he did not take a stance and interfere in the actual process that his son had to go through, where he went and he was investigated for 4 years, went on trial, and was found guilty.
Yep. So real quick, let me drop down to Mills. Mills, anything else you want to say, brother? I'm gonna let you go, but anything else you want to say?
I'm just saying, I agree with everything Nikki is saying. You know, it seemed like Scotty, it was his problem that he lied. Everybody lied. Every human being lied. I don't understand why is that a problem. The man lied. Okay, he lied. Trump lied too. So I don't see you getting mad about that. Trump lied about everything. I don't see you getting mad about that. That's that man's son. If it was my son, like I told you in the beginning, I'm going to pardon my son. I don't care what nobody says. Simple as that.
Okay. All right, brother. Thank you so much for coming up.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. As always, bro. Always welcome. All right, so I do want to have this last spot available. Actually, we lost two people, so the last spot available for of someone who is opposed to the pardon. So if you're opposed to the pardon and you're in the request, let me know. Okay, let's go back to Scotty. So I know you touched on this, Scotty, but if you could again, folks say, hey, you know what? This opens up the Democrats to criticism because isn't this what they accused Donald Trump of doing, of bending the rules? Again, for folks that weren't here in the last live, can you touch on your feelings on that? And then we'll go up to Heath.
Yeah, sure. My response to that is, what else is new? Right? Just by listening to this conversation and other ones just like this, it doesn't matter what Joe Biden does or doesn't do. People are gonna find something to poke a hole in or something to poke at, whether or not it's the same thing on the other side. And that's been my problem from the beginning. If you're gonna call somebody say call a spade a spade. If you have an issue with lying, then have an issue with lying from both candidates or both people, both sides. If you have an issue with people being disingenuous or people not being honorable, then have that issue with both sides. Don't only have it on one side and then try to justify it and blow it away on the other side. That's why we can't. That's why these conversations don't go anywhere most of the time. I mean, they're good to be engaged in, but they don't go anywhere because people are still going to try to justify what whoever's on their side, whoever they like, they're going to justify what they're doing. So that's kind of how I feel about it. I feel like what else is new? They're gonna come after Biden no matter what. People say, well, why? I think I heard earlier somebody said, why did he wait? I mean, why is he doing this in the last few weeks of his term? I was like, that's normally when these pardons happen. when he's looking at the landscape, like I said before, and he's like, okay, well, I'm on my way out. What am I going to do while I still have this political power? I don't feel like that's uncommon. But anyways, that's just my perspective. I feel like the selective outrage is why these conversations get sometimes they get heated, but they don't really go very far.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Scotty. Thank you for that. Let's go back to Heath, and then I want to go to Fang and then AGQ to get their opening comments. Heath, any response to what you've heard as far as opposition to your perspective?
Like me, I like to stay on the actual topic that you're talking about. I don't go back into all of that. Oh, well, Trump said this, and then Kamala said this, and then Obama said this last. No, I'm saying the topic is about the pardon. My thing is, I knew from jump he was going to pardon this man. But he lied and said, oh, I will not. Why take 8 months to keep lying? And then you say it's because of the political landscape. They already knew who Trump was. They knew they had been going after Trump for the last 4 years. They knew when he got in office, he going after them. It's no doubt, it's no guessing. They knew we screwed up. If this man wins, we done. And everybody is scared down. That's why everybody is lining up. They see who he picking and they saying, oh, we done for. Because everybody is scared of all of the people he put in office and lining up to come January 20th. They taking everybody out. So yes, everybody is running scared. But I said from day one, he gonna pardon his son. Why you think he went all the way back to 2014? He had to go back all the way to when the Ukraine stuff started, because that's when he started doing all that corruption. That's when he started getting paid that money. That's why he did it so far back.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Heath. Let me go up to Fang and then we'll go to AGQ. Fang, brother, how you doing, man?
What? We partying today, baby. Biden crime family did it today, baby. Biden crime family took care of business, baby. We trumped the Trump. The Trump thought that he had it cornered. He had it all worked out. He said, when I want to build a wall and somebody takes money, I'm a pardon. Cool. Watch me pardon my son. Watch me tell all these folks so that they'll vote for me, or if it's gonna be Kamala, they ain't gonna hold us accountable for the idea that we gonna use pardons, and then we gonna pardon, baby. So it's so weird how people like Heath come up here and they talk all that okie doke. They talk all that junk. And then when you give them any information that has to do with the person that they are involved in voting for, they say, don't go back to all that. Don't go back to other people. Yeah, we're going to go back to other people. Why not go back to other people, sir? Because it is showing an actual comparison to say, cool, I say exercise power when you have it, or it is a waste. If you don't like the way that they're exercising their power, then you vote against them. And you voted against the people that we wanted in power and how they exercise their power. We're fine with it. If we want to complain about it, we're complaining in-house. This is an in-house talk. I don't know why you got anything to do with it.
Okay.
Not that you don't have the ability to come up here and talk about it, but the fact that you think somebody gives two craps about the fact that he lied. Oh Lord, he done lied. So that's 1 to, I think we got about a ratio of 33,000. Cool. He lied. So what? What you gonna do about it? Not a damn thing. Because you can pardon whoever the hell you want to. And just like Trump, he was the president. He's the president. He has immunity, so he can't be held accountable for it. So what you up here crying about? I got a mason jar. I'm gonna collect them tears, buddy. Keep on crying.
Okay. All right. Thank you, brother. All right. Let me go to AGQ. AGQ, your thoughts on the pardon? How do you feel about what you've heard on the panel so far?
These are the same delusional people who were claiming after 2020 that that Donald Trump was going to pardon all of his criminal friends, and the same people who are saying he's a criminal, he's a liar, he does all these things. And when the Democratic Party does the same thing, the first thing they do is run to their cognitive dissonance. First thing they do is they start making excuses as to why the things that they were demonizing Donald Trump supposedly going to do is now okay for the Democrats to do. Donald Trump didn't pardon his son for any criminality. They said he would. Donald Trump didn't pardon any other people in his cabinet that the Democrats went after he was elected in 2016.
Hold on,
right? Sure, it's a lie. But you ain't got no problem with lies. Remember, Fang? You ain't got no problem with lies. Lies are fine now.
They are fine.
This is the issue.
I just call them out when I need to. That's all.
Sure, but you can call out any of Joe Biden lies.
Hold on, real quick. Let's respect the lie, please. You know, Fang, brother. You know how I am about letting folks finish their comment. Go ahead, AGQ. Go ahead.
They had no problem. They had no problem with the Democratic Party lying in their face for the past 30 years. They had no problem with the Democratic Party saying that their friends on the right was going to do all of this evil stuff if we didn't elect them. And then when we elected them, they did all of the stuff that they claimed that the Republicans wanted to do, and then told us they didn't have any choice because Lieberman made them do it, because Republicans made them do it, because some random position that didn't get voted for made them do it. And now, when it's obvious in their face, when it's plain to see that the Democrats are the same demons that they've been trying to make the Republicans out to be my entire lifetime. Now it's, well, if you got power, you do what you're supposed to do. Isn't that what y'all were saying was the wrong thing to do? Isn't that what y'all were saying was undemocratic? Isn't that what y'all were calling fascism? Now it's not fascism. Now it's just taking care of business. Now it's not fascism. It's, well, when you got the power, you use it because you're about to lose the power. This is the hypocrisy why America is falling, because you people won't own up to the evil that politicians are doing when you foolishly voted for them and when you foolishly back them up.
Thank you, AGK. Only reason I'm stopping you just because I don't have. I've got about an hour, and I just want to make sure I get everybody in. So thank you for the comment. Let me go to Sammy. Sammy, anything else you want to say, fam?
I just want to ask AGQ, who's going to hold Biden accountable for lying? You know, he lied and he pardoned Biden. Okay, how's he going to be held accountable?
Hold on. Don't ask me who's going to hold him accountable when y'all didn't and y'all don't want to.
But how can I? I don't know Biden. I don't know where he lives. I don't know his social security number, his bank accounts. Like, I can't do any of that. I can't do that. How do you propose I hold him accountable?
Here's how you propose holding him accountable. You vote for politicians who are going to hold these criminals accountable and stop saying we're not going to look back, we're only looking forward. How about that?
Oh, yeah. So I voted for somebody. So Trump is a felon. So I made sure to vote for people that would hold Trump accountable. Yeah, so I'm holding true to that.
Trump is a felon. What felony did Trump commit?
Fraud. You need that answered?
Business? Did you say business fraud?
I said business fraud.
Okay, right. Okay, business fraud. So does that now make Joe Biden a felon, or no? Because he cut off the trail of his felonies when he pardoned his son. Are we going to ignore the money that he was taking? We're going to ignore the fact that
I'm not ignoring anything. Was he convicted?
Remember, we had an issue with Trump withholding money. Are we going to be upset
that
Biden was withholding money from Ukraine?
Was he convicted?
Are we going to hold Biden accountable for him bragging for the past, I don't know, 12
years? Was he convicted? Was he convicted?
Right. So now it's not about whether you're a felon or not. It's about whether your political opponents use lawfare against you and then pretend like it's
yes, that's right. That's right. You're convicted.
Hold on, fam. Hold on. So Sammy, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much, sister, for coming up. I appreciate you. Okay.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for having me up. So AJQ. So you're proposing people and voting. And so, I am voting in a way to hold people accountable, but it sounds like you voted for Trump. So you're aware that he's guilty of.
This is why I tell you, so many pussy holes are coming here and chat shit.
Hold on, real quick. I want to let Sammy get her final thought just because she's leaving. Go ahead. Get your final thought.
So it sounds like he was found guilty with tax fraud. He had files in Mar-a-Lago, I think of Hillary's emails, as well as a comparison there. He's also had to settle out of court for his affairs with Stormy Daniels as well. So that's, not business, but I think that's very accountable of what he should be held accountable to. And so I'm not going to say one sin is better than another. All sin is bad. And you still voted for Trump, who has committed all these things. So your suggestion is to hold people accountable by not voting for Biden because he's lied about this, but yet you still voted for Trump when he's committed a whole bunch of other sins. He's been found guilty. He is a felon. And you want to, like, I'm not going to put myself to a higher standard than what you're willing to put yourself. I'm gonna do the standards that I think are best and appropriate for me to care and respect for every human being inside of America and inside of the world.
You think that because I'm calling out Democratic evil, I voted for Joe Biden. I mean, for Donald Trump. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Never. I voted down ballot in 2016. I voted for Jill Stein in 2020, and I voted for Jill Stein in 2024. I didn't vote for Donald Trump either time. But just because I am telling you that you should be honest and truthful about what politicians are doing, your assumption is I'm doing what you were doing in 2020 when you were backing a liar, you were backing a cheater.
Thank you, AGQ. Let me go to Nikki. Go ahead, Nikki. Your next thought, and then we'll go up to Fang, and then we're going to get General's opening thought.
Okay, I'm just taking a breath right now because I have listened to more bullshit than possible. Because one, people keep, especially people who carry water for Donald John Trump, keeps on telling us about the money that Joe Biden withheld. As president, he has not withheld a dime from Ukraine. Congress is the one that controls the purse strings. But you keep on repeating the bull crap about when he was vice president. A vice president does not have power. They only can preside over the Senate and do what their bosses say. But they have no signatory power to withhold a jack squat. And I'm sick and tired of people repeating a lie and giving it so many legs as if it's the truth. Now, this man said he would not have pardoned his son, and you better shut up and don't let me finish speaking because I didn't interrupt your ass. Now, I looked at it, and this man made that comment before the election when it looked neck and neck, that there might have been a possibility that Kamala would have won. And a lot of people love to make the assumption yet again that this man had lied. He made his statement before the election took place. Since you have the player who said, I'm going to go after your family and put that person in power. Oh, yeah, because of the price of eggs. But I digress. You now have, a man who said that he's willing to destroy your family. And this is a man who has had a track record of destroying people's families, where he has given not one damn about that person because it was about him getting revenge at any cost. Therefore, you painted this man into a corner. They say, well, shit, I need to protect my child from a man who said that he will go after him by any means possible. And you have a feckless Congress that will do his bidding.
All right. Thank you, Nikki, for that. Let me go. AGQ, give me a second. Let me let Fang weigh in, and then I want to get to General. I'm gonna come back to you because again, the panel's at 4-2, so I'm gonna give you a bit more opportunity. But let me just let Fang weigh in, and we're gonna go to General, and then we'll continue the discussion. Thank y'all for tapping the screen. Please protect the live by tapping the screen, getting the likes up, and sharing out the live. I appreciate every one of y'all. Okay, thank you.
Tap the screen. Do it for Smitty, y'all, because ain't nothing like Smitty's lives, to be honest with you. So I just want to make sure we understand that every 4 years, Jill Stein pops up, and we see if she sees her shadow, and she go back into where she lives those other 4 years when she loses. So we have people that pop up and vote for somebody that tells you what they want in the highest seat in the land, but they don't go work for it nowhere when it comes to actually being part of the political landscape otherwise. The only place you see her pop up otherwise is at dinners with Putin. It's so weird how that happens. And you sit by people that are despots, and you don't go do anything that helps anyone. Anywhere. You just pop up every now and then, get some money from Lockheed Martin, get some money from a bunch of places that, you would vilify other people for getting money from, and you do a cash grab, and then you go back away. It's real weird how that works out. So cool. You voted for somebody that had no chance of winning. You voted for somebody that acted as if they had chances in places that, if you write me in, I might wind up winning that state. No, you wouldn't. You didn't get any electoral votes. So again, if you exercise power in which the way you have it, when you have it, then maybe it affects people in a positive manner. And he decided that he was going to save his son. Cool. He saved his son. But you know what a pardon does? It actually makes sure that that person is considered guilty still. He just can't be put into jail anymore. So he is guilty of all the things that everybody accused him of. That's admitting guilt, is accepting a pardon. It's so interesting how even me as a rage monster, I'm usually a rage monster, but what I'm saying to you is when you tell me that I'm a hypocrite, I'm not hypocritical. I'm always and will have always been walking just like I'm talking right now, because people believe in the idea that if you are nice about it and you go about things in a nice political way, that you can meet people halfway. I never believed that my whole goddamn life, ever. I sit back and watch and go, do more, take more, because it benefits the people and doesn't benefit the corporations. And that's what you don't get, is that Donald J. Trump is the actual enemy of the people. And you voted to throw everything into a lake and made a wish that you know you ain't gonna get nothing but your penny taken away.
All right. Thank you, fam. Let me go up to General, and then we'll get Scotty's final comment. Stay with me for folks that are in the request. We're gonna keep cycling because again, I want to get some different perspectives and opinions. Thank you for tapping the screen. Appreciate everybody that's sharing out the live as well. General, how are you doing, fam? Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts on this pardon in regards to Hunter Biden?
Hey, good morning, Smitty. How you doing, brother? Hopefully you're doing well, man. And hopefully everybody else is doing well. Good morning to everybody. Honestly, this is just my own opinion. It's a subjective opinion. This is not holding any standards for us as a country. Biden not holding a standard to himself by doing this, regardless if it's his son. This is completely textbook nepotism. This is not something we should be, joking around about. Oh, it's my kid. Like I'm reading the comments, and it's kind of like appalling that you wouldn't hold someone close to you, especially like as Biden, who he is, and where his son is on the world stage. That you don't hold yourself accountable, or you don't hold the person close to you accountable for their actions. And like Frank said, this is admitting guilt when you take a pardon. You know what I mean? So this is what it all comes down to. This is textbook nepotism, regardless of however anybody feels about it. That's the facts about it. Overall, my opinion is this is the normal things that we have to deal with when it comes to oligarchy and just people who are working within the system, especially with corporate Democrats and even Republicans themselves. Whoever's in power gets to dictate what to do and to make things like this happen. Like even with Obama, for example, allowing Bush and Cheney to get off on war crimes when we could have, charged them with war crimes. Everybody knew that they were guilty of it, and they got away with it. Same thing with when Obama then at the end of his term pardoned a ton of people. Trump pardoned a few people in his terms, or his first term, and now Biden is doing the same. So again, there's a pattern. It's been like that forever.
Okay.
At the part of their term that they will start pardoning people. Now, and when it comes to, oh my bad, I don't know if I'm cutting out, but just a little bit. Just like I said, this is where it comes down to. It is nepotism. It is nepotism, and we need to at least hold a standard for ourselves. If not, then we're all just a bunch of hypocrites and a bunch of liars.
Okay. All right. Thank you, General, for that. Scotty, anything else you want to say?
Nah, man, I just appreciate the time. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate everybody being able to, express thoughts without getting to, attacking each other and stuff like that. Hopefully we get to the point where people can be honest about what's in front of us and not just start, trying to explain away certain things just because it's coming from someone that we somehow, appreciate more than the orange person. But anyways, I digress. Everyone take care. Thanks, man.
All right, Scotty. Thank you, man. You're welcome anytime to come up, brother. Thank you.
Later.
All right. Appreciate you. All right. We're going to go to, let me do this real quick, y'all. Let me welcome up Daniela. Daniela, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you.
Hi, Smitty.
Yes, how are you? Hope you're doing well. What's your
lot
thoughts
has
on the party?
changed since the last time we were together.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the pardon?
Well, I know I'm not in the most friendly territory here, but I respectful. I think it's such hypocrisy. Hunter Biden, I appreciate someone who goes through an addiction. I'm a psychotherapist. It's not easy. But him pardoning him for over 10 years, since going back to 2014, because the people on the right who want to see Hunter Biden be accountable, we don't care about the drugs. We don't care about the porn. We care about his connections to Burisma, to Ukraine. And that's all been covered up. The tax stuff, these are all fronts for way, way bigger crimes that will never now know the light of day. And, again, I understand that Biden is a father, but it just speaks to the hypocrisy of the party once again. No one is above the law unless it's my own son. And, all the charges against Trump are slowly being dropped because they were from bogus cases. I mean, one was 34 counts for Stormy Daniels, which, again, Bill Clinton has done far worse, but no one talks about that. But Hunter Biden was serious. It was serious because it was talking about exchanging information with foreign adversaries. And this was all part of the plan. So very disappointed, not surprised. It's the double standards of the left.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Daniela. Let me go to Nikki. Nikki, your response to what Daniela said, and I think AJQ said it as well in regards to this feeling like hypocrisy, and isn't this what Democrats accuse Donald Trump of? And then we'll go down to Heath for a final comment from Heath. Go ahead, Ben.
Here's what they're talking. They love to talk about hypocrisy, failing to understand. Like, I just listened to a whole lot of garbage a while ago talking about Burisma and him pardoning his son. Again, he was vice president, so he had no pardon to give. A vice president has no power except to sit and preside over the Senate to break ties. That's it. There was no pardon for him. And we keep on repeating the same crap that comes out of Pravda with regards to Burisma. Now, we want to make sure we stick to this whole thing. Hunter Biden is a private citizen. Hunter Biden had nothing to do with the government. Hunter Biden sits on a board. Hunter Biden was working with a foreign company, a foreign corporation. If he had committed a crime, his father did not step into the judicial process. Point blank, period. No matter how much you want to twist it, braid it, jerry curl it, it doesn't matter. He did not interfere in the judicial process. Now, he is a single individual. That's it. The man made his statement prior to the election, looking at in the face of a man who says that he does not give a damn and will be insisting on putting his son in jail, even if they have to trump up a charge. Granted, he was found guilty by a jury of his peers. Because he would have been considered a first-time offender, he could have ended up on probation, or he could have been in jail. Who knows? However, you also have a DOJ that will be politicized and weaponized, that they could then change it to put it for him to exceed whatever it would have been for the guidelines for the crime that he was convicted of. So we're not saying that the man did not interfere at all in the judicial process. He was not even the person who had assigned the special prosecutor when it came to Hunter Biden from 2017. That was a Trump administration. It was that special prosecutor that had done everything with regards to Hunter Biden from 2017. And the most he could come up with was the line on the gun charge and the tax evasion. So miss me with the Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and every damn thing else when the special prosecutor had been assigned by Donald John Trump's DOJ by the Keebler elf, Jeff Sessions. He's the one who did that. So, and while we have spent so much time focusing on this whole thing, we also are forgetting, again, Trump pardoned his son-in-law's dad, who was convicted of embezzlement in the hundreds of millions. This man is a single individual versus the impact from his son-in-law's daddy's effect on the hundreds of people, actually the thousands of people, their families that were impacted by the money that he stole from them, and now he's an ambassador. And we've spent the time focusing on this and talking about the people that he's pardoned, that Trump pardoned, and of Biden's pardon, because every president, when they're leaving office, pardons people. We will find people that we would say, damn it, why did he do that? So, for example, there was a convicted cop killer that Donald John Trump pardoned. That man is now facing new charges in the state of Florida. So, yeah, you might see some people within the list of people that they've pardoned that will say, damn it, why did he pardon these people? But we know that was part of the presidential powers that they were able to do so.
Real quick,
this man did it for an individual, and that's it.
Thank you, fam. Thank you. Let me go to Heath. So here we'll set the order real quick. We'll get Heath's final comment. We'll go to Fang, AJQ, General, and Daniela. So we're going to go straight up the panel. Heath, anything else you want to add to the discussion?
Yeah, I was just listening what she said. I mean, that's just basic, typical Democrat talk. She said that he was the vice president. He didn't have no power. He is the second most powerful man in the world because that's why they make vice presidents. So if anything happened to the president, he automatically becomes the president. Why do you think his son got away with all that stuff and using his name to get money? Because his daddy was vice president. They use the name to elevate and get things so they can strategically do things behind people's backs. That's how he got money. He didn't get money because, oh, your daddy, he don't have no power. No, he has power. You just think he sits at a table and ties stuff. When the Senate has a tie, he breaks the tie. No, he is the vice president of the United States. If the president falls down the stairs, guess who's the president? Not the janitor down the street, but the vice president. So he has power. You just don't see the power that he has because you think he just sits at a table. That man has power. That's how he was able to launder all that money from Ukraine and from those oil companies because he had power. That's the same way Dick Cheney ran the country and Bush didn't do nothing because Dick Cheney had all of the power. Why were they going after Dick Cheney if he didn't have no power?
Real quick, I'm gonna keep you up. I'm gonna keep you up, Heath, a little bit longer. Let me let Nikki respond to it, family. And Nikki, if you don't mind, like 45
I'm gonna
seconds.
I'm gonna respond real quickly because let me tell you something. Unfortunately for some of you dumb asses, and I mean it as nicely as I can, and I mean it with the utmost disrespect. I don't go just because I say I'm a Democrat because, bitch, I'm an independent. I read the United States Constitution and I know exactly what it says. And I also look at what the 25th Amendment does. So he does not have that power because if he did, he would have been able to change treaties. He'd be able to sign documents. Everything is signed by the president. They only gain presidential powers after they're assigned to them. So he would not have had the power that you keep on trying to give to him that he or she did not have.
Okay,
and we're sick and tired of this same foolishness, which is why some of you keep on repeating crap.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Hold on, real quick. Couple quick announcements. Let's keep the comments TikTok friendly. Okay, very
I'm
important.
trying to keep it as friendly as I can.
I know. I understand. I understand the passion. You know, I know you, family. I understand the passion. Let's keep it TikTok friendly, and then let's keep the personal attacks to a minimum if possible. Okay. So let me go back down to Heath. Heath, your response to what Nikki says, and we're gonna let you go, brother. Go ahead, Heath.
She can't control herself. That's what Democrats do. They always attack. They can't just speak and get their point across without badgering somebody. I never called this woman out her name once, but that's what they do. They attack because they are so angry. Guess what? Y'all lost. It's over for y'all. Go and suck on a bottle because y'all lost. These next 4 years, we taking down every Democrat that did wrong. You go and cry in the corner because we coming after everybody that thought they was getting away.
I am
See,
scared.
this is what we're talking about.
So real quick, hold on, real quick. So we're gonna let you go. Thank you for coming up. Let's go.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go have a Coke and a smile, Heath. Anyway,
All right.
what I was saying.
Real quick, fam. Let me let Fang jump in. Then we're gonna go straight to the panel. Go ahead, Fang. And then I'm looking for. Let's see. I think we got 1, 2, 3 Republicans, or at least folks that are not in support of the pardon. And then we got 2. No, we got general 2. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, so if you are in support of the pardon, put in a request to keep it balanced. Go ahead, Fang.
Yeah, I want to make sure I do tell Heath, thank you for the warning, because I am afraid. I'm very scared of what can happen when Donald J. Trump warns us that he's going to go after his political opponents like he did with Hillary Clinton. Oh, that's right. He couldn't find anything. That's so weird. How he did use his power to put together with Devin Nunes a commission to go after her, and they couldn't find anything to go after her for. And he spent all that money. It's so weird how he's ineffective even at doing the bullshit that he says he's going to do for you, that y'all chant when he gets up on stage and says, lock her up, lock her up. Only person that wound up going to jail was, who's that guy? Who's that guy, that Marine, that ex-Marine that was in his cabinet? That's weird how he's going to get sentenced here soon. So weird how it all winds up biting you in the tushy when the people you support wind up going to prison. And then the guy pardons him. So the hypocrisy only lies with you, because I'm cool every day, any day, for using the power that is at our disposal. I am cool with it. You're the hypocrite that comes up here to tell us how we're demon rats. I like that name, actually. Thank you for it. You're the one that comes up here to say how we're terrible people and we want this, we want that, we want to take away American society and yada, yada, yada. None of that part is true. And we can show facts to show that that's not true. But when you exercise power, it actually affects people. It actually unalives people. We can show you all the cases that the legislation that y'all put into place actually results in ending lives and affects people to the point where they lose their homes, etc., etc. But buddy, it's cool. Go ahead. Say all that okie doke, that uneducated okie doke. Nikki gave you facts, constitutional sightings, and you came up and said, that's just what Democrats say. That's what they always say. Wow, that was eloquent.
All right, thank you, fam. Thank you for that, Fang. Let me go, and then if y'all don't mind, a couple things I want to do real quick before I let AGQ respond. Let's just do a quick survey. I just want to see the temperature where everybody's at. Put a 1 in the comments if you agree with the pardon. Put a 2 if you disagree. For folks that agree are in the request, let me know, because what I'm trying to do again is keep it 3 and 3. All right, on the panel here. So go ahead, AGQ, your response.
There is nowhere written in the Constitution that when you win a seat in Congress, you then have to pay for your congressional committee seat. That's how Congress works. There is nowhere in the Constitution that says that the vice president can go sit in the basement of the Pentagon and carry out activities that would be questionable for a vice president, seeing as in how he doesn't have that power. But that's what Dick Cheney did. It seemed like we have this misunderstanding, like we have this fairy tale concept of what our political system is, while the real political system is blatant in our face. Like, for example, I was told that I throw my wish in a lake, and because I used
a penny in the fountain, I said.
Because right,
get your brain
because
together,
I was accused for voting for Trump, and I
said Jill Stein the whole time. I was talking about Jill Stein.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you one time, Fang.
Yeah, you did.
No,
So
I
anyway,
didn't.
real quick,
No, I didn't.
Smitty,
You
I'm
got
gonna
to-
dip
you
out of
got
here
to
real quick.
say- you had to
Anyway,
speak
I'm
twice
gonna
before I
I'm gonna
got
talk
to
to
speak
Smitty real
once.
quick. So
No,
whatever.
don't talk to Smitty yet. It's my
I
turn.
am talking
Talk
to
after
Smitty real
I'm
quick,
done.
and then you can go back to your diatribe.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me. Fang, if you don't mind, brother. Let me let AGQ finish up.
I'm
and then
gonna dip out, brother. I just wanted to let you know something real quick. I'm gonna leave. Down in this chat here, they got ones and twos. You know what the ones and the twos mean? Were they commenting in here? Do you know what that means?
One means they agree with the pardon. Two means they disagree with the pardon.
Okay. So what I want you to understand something before I go, AGQ, is that you have said nothing. Everything that you have come out of your mouth has nothing backed up by facts.
Okay.
You don't know nothing
I
about the
have
vice
said nothing.
presidency
So
or
do
the
you not know
presidency.
that
So you're going to
congressional seats are
continue
bought
to
by
yell
congressmen?
and lie.
Do you not know
and
that?
It's going to be fun to watch.
Right.
You have a
I
good
know
day.
nothing.
You
but
complete
you can't
and utter
address anything
nipple.
that I said.
All right. Thank you, Fang. I gotta let you go, brother. All right. Thank you, man.
So, like I was saying,
go to AGQ.
people like him say that I'm throwing my wish in a well when I don't vote for the Democrats or the Republicans. But Democrats are constantly voting for people that they know will tell them all of the stuff that they want to hear before the election, and then after the election, they always got an excuse why they can't do it. Oh, we have these plans, but we didn't foresee these plans being countered. Oh, we're going to do all of this amazing stuff when we get into office. We're going to protect you from the Republicans, and then they get into office and they do exactly what they said the Republicans wanted to do. Constantly. And this idea that I know what my government does because I read the Constitution after 1913 is just a silly position to take. Because the Constitution doesn't give the Federal Reserve any powers. The Supreme Court said that the Federal Reserve Act gave Congress no new taxable powers. Yet we started paying a income tax on our labor after 1913. So this idea that, well, the Constitution tells us everything that our government can do is just asinine on its face. And this idea that I'm going to pretend like Hillary Clinton didn't do anything wrong by controlling classified information in an unclassified site is okay. Joe Biden controlling classified information in an unclassified site is okay, but then say that a president who has the right to take and declassify anything that he sees fit somehow is criminal is just
Let me jump
baffling.
in. All right, thank you. Let me just jump in. I'm going to change the order up a little bit just to bring a little bit of balance to the panel. So I just want to let Stacey get her opening weigh in. I do want to keep it, if you can, more centered on the topic of the pardon. Stacey, your opening thoughts, and then we'll drop down to General, and then go to Daniela. Stacey, your opening thoughts on the pardon. Stacey, you're on mute if you're speaking. You were off. Let me send you a request. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there we go. Yep, your opening thoughts.
Okay. I don't blame Biden for pardoning his son because Trump's already said he's going to go after his adversaries. And in 2020, Trump was impeached for influencing Ukraine, trying to not give them money and stuff to get them to investigate Biden's son. So it already shows that he's going to be going after all of these people. So I don't blame him. he needs to protect his son because Trump's already proven that he's going to go after people, and he's tried to go after him before.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I hear you. Daniela, what's your thoughts in regards to what Stacey is saying? Hey, you know what? I'm just trying to protect my son.
Again, there's so much misinformation on this panel. Hillary Clinton, what did all of the evidence all of a sudden disappeared, and Trump has gone on record. He has said, I easily could have put her in jail. I chose not to. And Trump can say a lot of things, but at the end of the day, he's already going to work. He has way more important things to do than be tit for tat. And what I would recommend to a lot of your listeners is, instead of being sore losers and calling everyone racist and having problems with women, just know that Trump won the popular vote by every single demographic turned out for Trump, including blacks, including women, including Arabs, including Jews.
That doesn't mean he's not a criminal.
Again, don't interrupt. And, just look at the bigger picture. Don't be a hater.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Yeah,
I'm giving facts. And Trump's a felon. And he has already said.
Again, I don't know why you're interrupting me.
Don't interrupt.
No, I was talking.
No, you stopped.
I was talking. You don't get to interrupt my time.
You stopped.
Okay, I'm sorry that you're triggered, and I know that you have Trump derangement syndrome. Take a few breaths. It's going to be okay.
It'll be okay. Real quick. Let me. I see what happened. Real quick. Let me just address, Daniela, what you said. I think the issue was that the way you said it might have sounded like he was getting a majority of certain demographics. And
no, I said all demographics came up.
More than other people have gotten, but he didn't get a majority of black people.
No, but they all swayed towards him more than in 2016. That there was a significant shift towards Trump in every demographic. I didn't say he got them all, but there was an uptake. There was way more Black, Latino, LGBT voting for Trump than in 2016. Mm-hmm. So that's my point. Anyway, the bottom line is, again, if we play this tit for tat game of Trump is a felon, the 34 counts he was convicted of, I already said this earlier, went back to the same charge of a Stormy Daniels charge way before he was in office. Bill Clinton did far worse. He paid 4 times as much for Gennifer Flowers. Anyways, the bottom line is Biden's a hypocrite. He said all year long, including his press secretary, that he was not going to pardon his son. And then on his way out, he pardoned his son. And you know what? I don't even care that much. It's just another example of this blatant hypocrisy that the Democrats are going to defend. It's all about, it's fine for our people to do it, not for your people to do it. And we all lose. It is wrong.
Democrats abide by the rules.
I'm focused on way bigger issues right now. Like not going into World War III, calming down inflation, which affects all Americans, by the way, securing the border,
doing a really good
which
job
affects
right now.
all Americans, by the way. You can stay being a hater, Stacey, but America's still going to be better.
You won't shut up to let anybody else talk.
Someone's triggered.
Hold on. So let's no, you're good. So let's try to avoid the personal comments. Okay. So Stacey, anything else you want to say? And then I'm gonna let you go, Stacey. And then we'll bring up 2 folks. I am looking for, when I let Stacey go, I'm looking for 2 people who are in support of the pardon. We have 3 right now that are not. So again, we're gonna try to keep it balanced. Go ahead, Stacey. Anything else you want to say?
Well, just the Trump deranged syndrome, that is just a tactic for them to psychologically project, because they don't have any factual statements to back up what they're saying. All I'm saying is facts. And the other thing that somebody said about last night, they were talking about Harris's, like she wasn't black. That kind of pisses me off, and she shouldn't have to defend herself, because her father's mother's whole side of that family are black. And on her dad's side, mother's side, her relative was raped by a slave, and that's why. And you can look into it.
Real quick. So we're not going to debate Kamala Harris's race on the live. I appreciate what you said. I agree with you, but I know that will turn the live sideways, and we just got to be careful with TikTok friendly language. So thank you, Stacey, for that comment.
Thanks,
and we're going to let you go. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming up. Okay. All right. Let me go to General. Go ahead, General. Let's spin it.
Hey, I hopefully you can hear me better. I don't know if I was cutting out earlier.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that, bro. So all I was saying was just like, this is what's crazy enough is Daniela was right. You know, a broken clock is twice, is right twice a day. So, I mean, there's at least a point that she's making in regards to embezzlement. And then, of course, what's going on is in Ukraine and also abroad as well. This is not just with Biden. This isn't, this anomaly there. Trump had the same thing with Saudi Arabia. If you remember correctly, with the weapons deal that happened there, Saudi officials, or basically people who are higher up in the government, bought out his hotel rooms in Saudi Arabia, and basically in exchange for that. That's also nepotism. This is also self enrichment as well. You know what I mean? There's also a lot of that going on in regards to being, the leader of the quote unquote free world. So this is something that we all gotta just at least pay attention to and have a standard. We are the country, we're the leader of the free world, so to, quote unquote, like that. We have to have a standard that we're showing that our leaders shouldn't be susceptible to double standards. We shouldn't have our leaders be protecting, even the ones that they love close to them from the law, right? When they've been obviously proven guilty. Regardless of who it is, I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat or whatever the case, you have to hold the standard. You have to be accountable for your actions. You don't get to have just a free pass just because your dad is the president, regardless of who you are. My only issue is that nobody wants to see this. Everybody's in their feelings. Nobody wants to actually have a decent discussion into showing that, okay, we can all agree that this is nepotism. This is exactly what this is. Even after saying that he wasn't going to pardon him, then he goes and pardons him. So it shows that he's a hypocrite. It shows that it is 100% nepotism, and we need to address it. We need to call it out for what it is, regardless. If Trump did it, if Obama did it, if Bush did it, if Clinton did it, whatever, or anyone, you have to call it out. That's what holding a standard is.
Let me repeat it real quick, General. Let me repeat a comment to you, and then I want to go to Simone just to get Simone's.
Absolutely, go ahead.
So Lady E says, why do the Democrats always have to have standards and not the Republicans? I'm assuming she meant to say not the Republicans. What would you say that? Do you feel like Democrats more consistently have to kind of abide by the rules, whereas Republicans tend to break them more? Do you disagree with that comment?
No. My official opinion on that is that it's 100% that both sides need to be accountable. Okay, and their base needs to hold them accountable. When it comes down to that, or as an American, you hold both of them accountable. You hold that same standard. Now, when it comes to the nuance that happens in between both groups, nobody's holding anyone accountable. So this idea that this fallacy that the Democrats are holding their higher up counterparts accountable is a joke. We had Benghazi. Did we forget Benghazi? Did we forget all the email server with Hillary Clinton? Did we forget all of the drone strikes that Obama did? Did we forget all of the stuff that happened under Obama and under Clinton, even within the other presidents before that? Listen, this, if you could claim and look under every single time a Democratic leader had something, there was a lot of shady shit going on. Also with the Republicans, again, I'm gonna just point it out, just so we're on the same side, on the same page. Republicans do the same thing. There's dark money in Congress. There's dark money in regards to both Democrats and Republicans. They get both paid by corporations and like Big Pharma and all these other things to continue, to disintegrate the American society. This is what we have to know. You have to hold a standard. If you are somebody who's true to those values, everybody needs to hold the standard. Go ahead.
Okay.
One side is saying that they're going to protect us against that. The other side is saying they don't care if we know they're doing it. That's the difference. That's why we're holding Democrats accountable, because they are the ones who are claiming that they're the ones that are going to stop it and protect us from it and help us, but they're not.
Okay. All right. Thank you, AGQ. All right. Let me go to Simone. Simone, opening comment on the pardon. Do you agree or disagree with the pardon? And then we'll go down to Daniela Daniela wants to give some color to some examples between Democrats and Republicans in regards to equality with accountability. Go ahead. Simone, your opening thoughts.
Yes, I absolutely agree with the pardon. And I partly agree with what that man was saying about holding our politician to You know what I'm saying? A higher standard, all of them. But since that one party is not playing fair or even doing right, why should this man leave his son behind? I don't understand that part. I don't understand that part. When Trump already said that he was gonna come after all of his enemies and definitely that man's son. So I don't understand. I don't understand why he should leave his son behind and not help his son, not do what he did. He has all rights. He has all rights to do that. And it is fact that, like he said, that the reason they hold Democrats so, because they said they're the party, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because one party is not playing to the same standards. So why should they be upstanding all the time? Why?
Okay.
I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense, and it's not making sense.
Okay.
What's the point of having two parties that say both want to do the same thing?
Hold on, let me let Daniela weigh in real quick. Go ahead, Daniela.
Yeah, his son broke the law and several laws, and his father also broke laws. There's a strategy to this. If he pardons his son, the buck stops there. That is why Hunter Biden pleaded guilty to begin with. This was all part of the plan. And when Hunter Biden no longer gets to be tried, and this happened before Trump was even elected, by the way, the buck stops there. There's no more investigation.
So is it okay? Is it okay for Trump to do what he
how
did?
come I'm always
Is
interrupted?
it okay for Trump to do what he did?
Hold on, fam. Let's let Daniela get her full comment.
Okay. Again, I going back to the tit for tat. The allegations on Hunter started well before Trump was in office. So when you say Trump's going to go after his enemies, he doesn't need to do anything. It's already proven many cases over that Hunter Biden is guilty of committing crime. The only question is how much involved was his father, which we know he was involved based on emails and testimonies under oath. So this is all part of this plan. And Smitty, would you like me to give you several examples? I mean, it's probably going to make this panel in an uproar, but in terms of standards, a few examples comes to mind.
Can I give an example really fast?
The BLM.
Give me a second.
The BLM riots that resulted in far more federal damage and murder and businesses being destroyed. You had Kamala Harris saying we need to raise funds for bailout money. Whereas what was done to the January 6ers, I'm against anyone breaking the law, but some of them have never, they were led into the Capitol by Capitol Police. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't hurt anybody. They didn't burn anything down, and they're still in jail after 4 years. There is tons of double standards. And I don't even have to bring up the pandemic. When Biden said this is the pandemic of the unvaccinated, he vilified the unvaccinated. People could not be with their parents. Oh, sorry.
No. You get that, Danielle. Again, there were people saying misinformation on January 6th. So, Nikki, fam, if you want to weigh in on that.
Oh my God. Well, okay.
I want to ask Daniel, what law did Joseph Robinette
I'm going
Biden
to say
Jr.
bye
break?
to my friend Spitty. Thank you for having me on, my friend. It's always nice to talk to you.
Absolutely. Likewise. Thank you, Daniela, for coming up. Okay, so Daniela's going to go.
Yeah, she left too quickly because I wanted to find out what law was it that Joe Biden broke, because that's all she could repeat was that Joe Biden broke the law. Joe Biden broke the law. What law did he break? Because again, as I stated, from 2017, when a special prosecutor was assigned to Hunter Biden, we went through how many committees during this time from 2023 till to now, where the Republicans have controlled the House, and they could not give us a law that he broke. But this has been the problem, that when they throw stuff out there, oh, he broke the law. What law did he break? Okay. And the same way that and this is when we talk about, I agree with when they talk about the fact that there's dark money. I'm still pissed off that SCOTUS allowed Citizens United, which has helped to create an even darker problem within our Congress. We have people who don't hold like they don't hold the Republican Party to the same standard that they want to hold the Democratic Party to. They want to have the Democratic Party looking whiter than like pelican crap white, and they're not to have a speck of black in it anywhere. And the Republican Party could roll around in red and black dirt and mud and slime. Oh, that's okay. You have an imbalance when it comes to that. And this is where people like me have an issue. What is the law? Oh, what is the specific law that he supposedly broke? Because James Comer could not list it.
So real quick, fam, let me just jump in. I love hearing you speak, but I got to just jump in just because I do want to let Trans Pride weigh in. And we got about 15 minutes, so let's close strong, you guys. I think this has been a good discussion. I'm kind of glad I opened up this panel again after we had to close it down earlier in the morning. So, and if you are, again, against the pardon, I want to let you up. Okay, I think we got Barbles. Barbles. Okay, thank you. But let's let Trans Pride go first, and we'll go up to Barbles and get her perspective. Trans Pride, your perspective on the pardon. What do you think?
Hey, so I just want to be clear too. Studied history for quite a long time, U.S. history. So, and I really kind of saw this one coming. I don't really care, to be honest, that he pardoned his son. I think it's to be expected. I don't think anyone expects there to be any kind of justice going on at all in the Trump administration whatsoever during the Trump administration. Here's the facts. If we had justice in our country, and that's something Democrats and Republicans seem to quote unquote agree on, despite the fact that the facts are that history shows us Republicans are the one repeatedly breaking the law. Over and over and over, stripping programs, not enacting programs, cutting things they're not supposed to cut, trying to shut down departments like Nixon did, right? And Reagan for that matter. I mean, really look what every Republican has done, right? How many of them have even won popular vote? We're about to have a Trump presidency again. This is a man who committed an insurrection against our nation's capital without there's no debate on that. Let me be clear, because history can show you so much video and so much evidence that if you cannot come to the conclusion that that was an insurrection in our nation's capital, we are all absolutely cooked. You know why it looks so unfamiliar? Because it hasn't happened before. That should have been taken seriously, and it was, right, for the 1,500 people in jail. Sorry, I'm wrapping this up. It was for the 1,500 people in jail for that. The leader should have been in jail, and the leader was Trump. And let's get clear, if he would have been in jail, that's how I know justice would exist in America. So until then, Joe Biden should go ahead and do whatever he wants, frankly, legally.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Trent Pride. Thank you for that. Let's go to Barbles. Barbles, your comments. How do you feel about the presidential pardon of Hunter Biden today?
I don't have a problem with him pardoning his son per se. I would do it. You would do it. I think everybody would do it. Mm-hmm. But I think he should have pardoned him for what he was convicted of. He gave him a 10-year back blanket pardon. I have a problem with that. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I have no problem with it. I knew he would do it. I mean, who wouldn't?
Okay, so it's a 10-year look back.
Yeah, that's a little fishy. Like, why? Why are you doing that?
Okay.
What do you know? Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Nikki, your thoughts on the 10-year look back in regards to the pardon, and then I do want to let if somebody wants to speak on why they agree with it, feel free to request. I know we've got quite a few people. Let me know in the comments if you agree with the pardon and you're in the request. Go ahead, Nikki, fam. Nikki, you're on mute. You said your request.
Okay. I agree with the pardon because, again, we have you have somebody, and when if they tell you who they are, believe them. That he was going to go after him, and he would have had a weaponized DOJ to find some other charge that they could have tried to drum up, because it's still, as you had in the example of Daniel, they're still talking about Burisma, which when they didn't have anything to really back it up. It's the same way we're here arguing and vacillating over a pardon of his son. While people might want to call it nepotism, whatever the heck they want to do it. But we also have, as we've pointed out also with Trump, look at who he pardoned. He pardoned Steve Bannon. Bannon committed fraud while he was helping Trump. He was helping Trump, committed fraud, and he pardoned him hours before he walked out the doors. But people have stayed quiet and they don't have a problem with that. Everything, bottom line, that we will see going forward, every decision that will be made by Donald John Trump will affect millions of people versus this individual who is a private citizen, has never held the levers of power, has never been in political life. He's just been on the outskirts of his father's life. Has not had his posterior clapped in a seat of Congress, whether at a house, at a state level, or at the U.S. level.
Okay.
But we have centered everything around about him and saying everything else that we can think of and castigating Biden versus not paying attention to the person whose decisions will affect millions of lives going forward.
Let me read a comment to you, Nikki. If you could, quick response. Eden says she keeps saying private citizen, LMFAO. He's the president's son. Does the president's son have some level of influence because he's related? Is he a private citizen? What do you think? What do you think?
No, he does not. For the simple reason that he's never worked for his father. He's never worked and worked in the White House. This is in comparison to Trump's son-in-law, who acted as an emissary going to the Middle East on his behalf. His daughter, who also had her own private server that had classified documents on it, and she had deleted over 40,000 emails. But y'all stay quiet about that. He is a private citizen. When we refer to a private citizen, it's like you and me. We are private citizens. We have not held any levers of power when it comes to the United States government or our state government. It's the same way currently while he is president-elect, he is still a private citizen, and that is how he is still a private citizen. Donald John Trump is a private citizen.
Okay.
Works the same way. Okay. Oh, yeah, one last thing. The reason Justin Trudeau had to come here is because felons aren't allowed in Canada. And presidential immunity only stays within our borders. There's no presidential immunity once he leaves.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Nikki. Let's go to Cassandra. Cassandra, your thoughts on the pardon? We got 5 minutes left. Let's close out strong again. See if we can get to 35,000 likes. And we'll go to final comments if we can from a couple of folks. Then I've got to stop right at the top of the hour. But Cassandra, your thoughts on the pardon of Hunter Biden?
Good afternoon, everybody, or at least here in Atlanta, it's afternoon. So I think he did the right thing. I just wonder who would leave their child out to the wolves. The Republicans and the MAGA say, well, Donald Trump didn't mean that, or he didn't mean this. So which is it? You want us to believe what he said or what you think he said or what you think he meant? He was going to go after Hunter Biden, just like when he gets in office, he's going to go after anybody else he feels like is an adversary of his. And there's no possible way that I would leave my child in a vulnerable position for a man to attack him and do away with him as he pleases. I think that was one of the smartest moves that Biden could have made. It is astounding to me that people have an issue with that. But in the same breath, these people who created this insurrection on January 6th, Trump says he's going to pardon them. They have absolutely no qualms about that at all. All of these, every time that Trump is brought up on charges, it's a false narrative. It's a false narrative. He's the most innocent, guilty man I've ever seen in my life. But yet you want the president of the United States to leave his son out to dry for a man who he knows. It's like, I'm going to put you in a pasture full of wolves and I'm a sheep. Why would I do that? That's the dumbest thing, and that's the dumbest thing anybody could think of. So absolutely, he should have pardoned him. He should have went back the 10 years. So for anything that they can try to bring up against him, I absolutely agree 100% that he should have done that.
Okay.
And I wish he would do more.
Okay.
Was the Ukrainian
All right.
prosecutor
Go ahead.
a wolf? Was the Ukrainian prosecutor a wolf that Joe Biden had fired? Was he a wolf going after Burisma?
Who cares?
This
I don't
is
care.
Right.
You
See,
just
again,
just simply
this
don't
is the
care.
problem.
This is the issue.
Y'all
This
don't
is-
care. Y'all don't care
One
when it's
moment,
a
one moment.
Democrat.
Hold on, y'all.
President.
Let's let AJ keep this comment in, and then I do got to run.
One
Go ahead,
moment,
AJ.
please.
Go ahead.
This is the thing. The thing that the MAGA is very good at is throwing a rock and hiding your hand. You like to try to twist the narrative to fit your own personal space.
I'm
You
not
wanna
MAGA,
sit up
man.
here- Whatever you are, okay? You're speaking against something that is right. I don't know no person on earth. I don't care whether you're MAGA, Republican, Democrat, Independent. It doesn't matter to me. There's not a person that I know that loves and cares for their child that is going to leave their child out to the wolves. That is craziness. That's madness. We know what Trump said he was going to do to Hunter Biden and the rest of them alike. So why would he?
When does criminality come into play? When does the criminality of your child come
Trump's
into play?
criminality come into
when
play?
you can no longer claim that somebody is targeting your child when your
Excuse
child
you.
is doing criminal acts.
Excuse you, sir.
When can you? When is it no longer wolves coming after your child when your child is doing illegal acts?
How about Trump's
Do you
kids?
give that same energy to Trump?
Hold on, y'all.
Yes,
Hold on, y'all. Real
but
quick, real quick.
unfortunately, we don't have any evidence of Trump hiding or for getting prosecutors fired for going after his kids.
So real quick, y'all. I gotta run. I'll do another live maybe on this tomorrow morning, but I do gotta run. Thank y'all for
I
coming
just
up.
want to tell
I got-
the gentleman to watch From Russia with Liv and then get back with me.
All right. Hey,
Oh,
real
yeah,
quick, hold on,
watch Red Dawn.
Hold on. So I again, I don't want to cut you off midstream, so that's why I got to go. Thank you guys. Much love to everybody.
Thank you.
I thought this panel was very impactful. Again, we'll do another live on this, as well as some of the other new stuff, other new developments. And then I wish I had more time. I got a very interesting development with this platform and on TikTok, but I don't have enough time to get that thought out. But again, thanks to you guys. The app is noticing what we're doing, and they've responded in a very positive way directly to me. So I really appreciate all of you guys. Hopefully you enjoy this panel, how we ran it. Much love to you. Thank you very much. We'll talk to y'all soon, okay? Take care.
No problem, Smitty. Yeah, cause we will address some other stuff there, like the repeating of the lie with the lie about the Burisma and Ukraine and all this other stuff.
All right.
A lie
absolutely. Next time for
perpetuated
sure.
by Rudy
All right.
Giuliani.
Goodbye. Take care. Goodbye. Thank y'all.